call to order the City of West Palm Beach Special Magistrate hearing for September 7th, 2022. My name is Keith Davis. I'm the Special Magistrate appointed by the city to preside over today's agenda. If you're going to be testifying today or speaking to me about any of the matters that we'll be hearing today, I need your testimony to be under oath, so I need to swear you in. Please stand, raise your right hand if you'll be testifying. Thank you. Do each of you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that your testimony today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes, sir. Thank you very much. You can all have a seat. When your case is called, please come up to the podium to my right. The way we'll proceed with each case is I'll hear from the city's witnesses first. There'll be testimony. There may be photographs and other documents that you'll be able to see on the monitors. Once the city's concluded its presentation and made any recommendations to me for how they suggest the case be resolved, I will then come over to you, hear from you. You'll have the opportunity to tell me everything that you feel is important about your case. If you have additional documents or additional photographs, that would be the time to produce those. Once I've heard from both you and the city, and everybody's told me everything that they want to tell me and shown me everything they want to show me, in all likelihood today I will enter an order that resolves the matter in some form or fashion. I believe we'll be taking cases where folks signed in, and we may have some cases with city staff who need to be called early so they can get on with their day as well. So with those explanations, let's go ahead and get started.
Okay, first case number 1481 7th Street, CE 22030423, number 1.
Good morning. Peter Valenti from Development Services, Plan Review.
No.
Oh. Are we good?
Okay, we don't want to go through? I think we should be able to go through with this. The applicant is supposed to, well, I spoke with him last night. He said he was going to be here at 9 a.m. He's not, but I think we're on the same page with it. Let me know how to proceed.
Mr. Valenti, with respect to this case, are you able to testify with regard to the notice that went out, the notice of violation? Did you observe the violations?
We have record, as this was started by Tom Moore, a building inspector who issued the stop work order. And I know it's been going on with delaying the process and allowing for the applicant to finally get a permit obtained. He has obtained a permit.
Okay. Let me just inquire a little bit more. What are we talking about here? Can you just describe what the issue is?
Yeah, perfect. That's a one-story parking garage, and on the second story where the house comes up adjacent to it, the sliding glass doors had no safety mechanism. So what we have is an unsafe structure, and that was the violation.
Okay. And you said that a stop work order had been issued, and was that like affixed to their property, their door?
Yes.
And have you or Mr. Moore had communication since that time? Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
And if you could just clarify, I think you said that they did obtain the permit then?
Yeah, he's been working on obtaining a permit to install guards so nobody can access the roof from the sliding glass doors.
So would it be your testimony that this homeowner has applied for the permit, but it's not been issued yet?
No, the permit has been issued.
So would this Florida Building Code 105.1, would that still be outstanding as a violation, as an alleged violation?
No, 105.1 has been satisfied.
Okay.
We would like to have the permit closed prior to ending this case.
Does 105.1 require any further action once the permit is issued, as opposed to 110 I think it's 110.3.
110.3 would
Inspections?
allow it to go forward. 105.1 would be satisfied as of right now.
It would not?
It would.
It would, okay. So at this point, there's nothing else that's been on the notice of violation but 105.1.
Yeah.
So there's nothing else for this particular case.
Okay, again, Tom Ward started, if that's all that was put on the stop work order, then,
Yeah, that's all that's on the
Comply.
notice of violation, that's correct.
Mhm.
Yeah, so I think we have a resolved case, if that's your understanding.
yes, that's acceptable.
Okay. So, Special Magistrate, I think the case is moot.
Sounds like it.
Yeah. I appreciate it, thank you.
Sure.
All right, so
Um,
this case is complied and no further action is required.
Definitely talk with, Mr. Moore about any further, activity needed.
Very good.
Thank you so
very
much.
Thank you.
Number 2, 1930 South Dixie Highway, CE 220403331. Number 2, 1930 South Dixie Highway.
Good morning, I'm Paul Thorpe with the Service Development, and responding to expired permit, balcony beams that were replaced from rotted wood. And anyways, they still haven't complied by calling in a final permit and reopening the permit.
Thank you. Inspector Tharp, could we just go through a few of the particulars? What is it that they're doing or that they did that they didn't properly get a permit?
Well, they got a permit, but they just didn't call a final inspection in for it. They got a permit, but they didn't call the final inspection.
Okay, and what work was it, or what was being done?
It was second floor balcony beams. They were replaced with rotted wood, and they replaced them with metal aluminum.
Okay, and is that something that you've observed at the property that has been done?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and was a stop work order or red tag issued? Basically telling them of exactly what you're saying?
Yes.
And have they communicated with you since then?
No.
Okay, and was a notice of violation issued?
Yes, ma'am. And it was,
And do you have information as to, was that notice of violation sent by certified mail and regular mail?
yes, ma'am. And it was posted here at the city hall.
And was the notice of violation also posted at the property?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And do you have in your file an executed affidavit of posting attesting to all that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And were there any photographs taken of your observations of this condition at the property?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you take those photographs?
I have them here if you want them.
Well, they'll be a part of the file, and so I think they've been flashing up on the screen while we've been talking. Oh, no? Oh, there's no photographs? Oh, the photographs can't open on the screen. If you have the photographs, yes, we would like to show them to the magistrate. Do those photographs truthfully and accurately represent the observations of the alleged violation you've made at the property?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And again, what is it that they need to do to bring these alleged violations into compliance?
They need to reapply for the permit and call for a final inspection.
And what do you believe is a reasonable amount of time to
30
get them to
days.
do that? 30 days?
Yeah,
And if they don't do that, what is your recommendation regarding a daily fine?
$50 a day.
Okay. Can I see the photos?
Sure.
While you're looking at those, is there anybody here on behalf of the respondent for this case?
Thank you.
All right, I will find proper notice, though, with the certified mail and the posting, even though the respondent is not present. Let's see what we have here.
Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, stop work order, and photographs.
Those documents are made part of the record. The 3 photographs are made part of the record. So if I understand correctly, 105.1 is complied, the permit has been obtained, is that correct?
Well, basically, the case was an expired permit.
I'm sorry?
It was an expired permit that was never closed.
Oh, okay. So, then maybe I didn't hear correctly. Do we have an active permit now, or do they still have to?
They still have to apply for a new
Okay,
permit.
so none of these are complied. Let me ask the city attorney on 109.4, it seems to me that doing work before obtaining a permit is sort of an irreparable and irreversible situation. You can't undo that. If they did work before the permit,
That's true?
does the city have any recommendation for any different disposition of that particular code section? Or you just want to wrap it all into the 30-day, $50 a day recommendation?
I think the 30 days, 50 would be fine.
All right, anything else from the city on this case?
No, sir.
All right, based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find the property remains in violation as cited. I'll accept the city's recommendation, allow 30 days for compliance. After that, daily fines of $50 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved.
Next case, number 35, 5108 Ashley River Road, CE 22080356. Number 35, 5108 Ashley River Road.
Good morning, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer Paul McFarland. On August 16th, the property at 5108 Ashley River Road was cited for a trash can placement and repeat violation. The original order was issued May 5th, 2021. The property was out of compliance on August 16th as a repeat. Property was posted August 23rd. Certified mail and regular mail was sent August 23rd. I did have conversations with the property manager as well as the tenant. The property came into compliance on August 26th. So that's 10 days out of compliance at $50 a day, which totals a $500 fine for the repeat violation.
Thank you, Officer McFarland, and I apologize. I may not have heard everything, so if I repeat something, I apologize.
That's fine.
The photographs that we've been reviewing during your testimony, do those truthfully and accurately depict and represent the observations of the alleged violation you've made at the property?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it your testimony that the alleged violation is a result of that trash can that we can see from the street or right-of-way, and that's the alleged violation of the code?
Correct. It's been, as you can see in my detailed photographs, there's a number of days, different days, that trash can is sat in front of that garage. The thing is, I've sent 2 previous notice to ownership in regards to storage of the trash can, but it seems that the violation continues.
Thank you. Do you have a case number for the underlying case which you referenced?
It's attached in my case notes.
Very good. And it was for the exact same violation?
Exact same violation.
And it eventually came into compliance?
It did. It came into compliance on July. I'm sorry. Yes, it did come to compliance.
Very good. Thank you.
It's in the original case notes.
Very good. Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, the underlying case, notice of violation, order, and affidavit of compliance.
Those documents are all part of the record. You could just clarify, I'm not clear. the original case where the order was issued on May 5th of 2021, when did that come into compliance?
I would have to go back to the original case here.
I'd like to know that date as well as what, I'm not clear on when the repeat, this current case was first observed,
July 19th.
of 2022. Did the May 5th, 2021 order come into compliance?
It did.
Prior to that?
Yes, it did.
And there's an affidavit of compliance in the file?
The original order is in the, if you give me a brief second, I can give you that date.
While you're looking that up, let me come over to the respondent. Yes, ma'am, why don't you tell me your name and address,
Hi,
please?
my name is Guo Jingzhang. I'm the property manager, Paul just mentioned. And I have the limited power attorney from the landlord. Landlord is in China. So due to the time urgent, he only used a lawyer to give me a limited attorney because the formal documents will need about 2 months. But we have the notification from me and also from the lawyer in China stamps. So I represent the landlord today to explain the situations.
Okay.
For the second notification, we did not receive any mails until the current tenant sent us the email. I have the proof. He said, Paul, come to the door to post a notice. And they asked Paul, said we did not know before that, we did not receive anything, we will obey the rules or something like that. He sent me notice and I called the company. Company did not receive the letters until I think it's almost 1 week later before I got the email from the current tenant. For the first tenant, and he just mentioned the date, I also printed the date. We communicated with Paul and also with the previous tenant. We almost respond the same time, the same day when we received the notification from email.
Okay.
Also, we get rid of the old tenants because he that's true, keep repeating the violation. And this tenant is kind of nice, but I guess he still, how to say that, violate these rules. We since apologize, and I come to the office, I think when we received the email from tenant, almost the same day. I think it's the same day. I come to the office. I bring my check. I said, we make a mistake. We want to pay the fine. But they told me I must come to the court and get the results from the community. So I have never been a court in my whole life in the United States. So, but I will respect any decisions this committee made. We try our best to obey the rules in West Palm Beach. This is investment properties. You know, we could not just watch the tenant put a wholesale cam on their garage doors, but we tried our best. We also did not notify them. We take pictures and make sure and ask them to promise me to keep these trash can rules. Otherwise, we will terminate the lease. So that's what we can do. I come here, just try to explain. We try our best, and we will accept any results this committee give us. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. McFarland, after you give me the date that the original case came into compliance, I just want to make sure, I want to see the certified mail where it was sent and compared to the tax collector or property appraiser's records.
All right, the original case number is CE 212030229. That was also a finding of fact case as well.
Okay. Well, So the May 5th case was a finding of fact?
Yes, sir.
All right, so it was actually in compliance at that point, but didn't come into compliance?
It would be the May 12th.
Okay. The respondent testified on, basically, they didn't receive the notice, so can you just show me where the notice was sent and also show me the property appraiser?
The notice was also posted.
So it was sent to the Jupiter post office box?
Yes.
Okay. And what do we have, what does the property appraiser or tax collector show for the address? Oh, it has that China address. Where did the Jupiter address come from?
What was on their rental license as a mailing address.
Okay, so that was.
So that was a secondary address
That was the address that was provided?
provided at their rental license application.
Okay. All right. Ma'am, do you understand what the city's saying? Basically, they're saying that when the rental license was applied for, the city was given a post office box in the town of Jupiter as the correct address to send correspondence. So that's where they sent it. Which, under the law, that is an appropriate way to send notice. Are you familiar with the post office box, the Jupiter post office box address?
No, I only know every time we receive the, how to say that, the HOA notification from mail, we just open our mailbox. So we read that, we respond, and we correct that. But for the first one, we did receive that, and we respond that, and also by email contact Paul, and we send, revisitor date again. But for the second one, we did not receive the on time. And you talk with my tenant, and they also say they have no idea or something like that. And it's only the tenant contact us, we then know that a notice already been posted.
Was the address the same for the 2021 case as it was for the current case?
Yeah, it's the same.
Yes, because it's always been a rental property. So I've used the rental information to send notice.
Okay. And you said that you got it on the first case, which is,
Yes, we also got the second case, but it's 1 week later, and it's not like the first one. It was very, very, timely, and we correct timely. We contact you almost the same day. Yeah.
all right.
Magistrate,
So I guess my question then, ma'am, would be if you didn't get notice, how did you know to be here today?
What?
If you didn't get notice about this case, how did you know to be here this morning?
No, if my tenant did not tell me, I will not know. I will not coming to his office almost the same day. We have no idea. But I think 1 week later, if we receive the paper mail from our mailbox, definitely I will be here. Because I want to solve the problem, just like Paul want to help us solve it.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. McFarland.
I think where the disconnect here is that it's a rental property. A lot of times the owner puts the responsibility on the tenant to get them notification. A lot of times that doesn't happen. Instead of giving the notice to ownership, they try to curve the violation on their own instead of letting the owner deal with it and give them the correspondence. And I think that's where the disconnect is.
All right. What is the city's recommendation on this again?
Like I said, I've documented numerous days and different times that the trash can has been out there. So I'm trying to take into consideration of her plight. So the city's requesting from August 16th to August 26th, when the property did come into compliance, which would be a 10 days out of compliance at $50 a day, with a total fine of $500.
All right, ma'am, is there anything else that you would like to tell me before I enter my order?
No, that's fine. I think, like I said, I come here not to argue something. I just want to explain. We cooperated with city and also Mrs. Paul. I will accept that punishment. Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure it's punishment, but,
Oh, so I don't know how to say that. Yeah, okay.
but based on everything I've heard, I am going to find proper notice in this case. I think that the city followed the law in terms of sending the notice to the correct address via certified mail. Property was also posted, and the respondent's representative is present at today's hearing. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find the property was in violation of City Code 7434A1J regarding garbage can placement between the dates of August 16th and August 26th of 2022. I find that that violation was a repeat violation based on the case number that was placed into the record with the order dated May 5th, 2021. I will accept the city's recommendation, pose daily fines of $50 per day for the 10 days that the repeat violation existed, for a total of $500. Is the city recommending any period of time that that get paid before this gets recorded as a lien, or?
No.
So, ma'am, you're going to want to pay that as soon as you can. If you
Yes.
don't pay it, the property will, the city will record that as a lien against the property, so you want to pay that as soon as
I
possible.
bring the check today, like I bring the check to
Thank you
him.
very
Yeah,
much.
the same. Thank you very much.
Number 32, North Military Trail, CE 22070348. Number 32, North Military Trail.
Erica, could you recall that again? Number- Yeah, which number is it?
Number 32, North
you.
Military Trail, CE 22070348.
Thank you.
Good morning. City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer Paul McFarland. On July 29th, the property at North Military Trail was cited for clean and sanitary, excessive growth, landscape maintenance, repeat violation, and trees overgrown into right-of-way, creeping onto vegetation, creeping onto sidewalk. Property was posted August 24th. Certified mail and regular mail was sent August 1st. Certified mail was received August 3rd. For the repeat violation, the original case number is CE 201-00261. That order was issued November 18th, 2020. It came into compliance December 10th, 2020. The property has since come to compliance on August 23rd. August 23rd. And it was observed 7/29, so city's requesting 23 days out of compliance at $50 a day for $1,150.
Thank you. Officer McFarland, do you have an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, it's attached to my case notes.
Thank you. Does that affidavit also reflect that the notice was posted at City Hall?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. With respect to the underlying case, which underlying violation is the same one as what we have here today, upon which you're basing your repeat?
On clean and sanitary, excessive growth, landscape maintenance, and overgrowth into city right-of-way.
Okay, so all four of...
All violations.
So all four of today's violations were also in the underlying case as well?
Correct.
Is that your okay. And was that, in the underlying case, was that a finding of fact, or was it something
Actually, it
where-
was an adjudicated case
Okay,
that did come into compliance on December 10th.
very good, thank you. For this current case, could you just briefly describe what it is that you're seeing when you're alleging a violation of clean and sanitary, excessive growth, and landscape maintenance? You did indicate that grass is creeping onto the sidewalk.
Correct.
Take a moment.
Basically, this is an open lot that's on Military, and there is a sidewalk that runs along this lot, and the vegetation tends to overgrow into the sidewalk. If you keep going, keep going. That's the compliance. Keep going. Keep going. There.
Okay. And with regard to trash and debris, could you take a moment and describe that?
There's also trash along that corridor there that's hidden within the weeds and things.
Okay,
And it's a part of cleaning up the property as well.
okay.
But as you can see, they have since gone out there and cleaned all that up. So it looks good now.
Thank you. And with regard to these photographs that we've been reviewing, do these photographs truthfully and accurately represent the observations of the alleged violations you saw on the property?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, the underlying case, notice of violation, order, and affidavit of compliance.
All right, thank you. Those documents are part of the record. Let me hear from a respondent. Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Nice to see everybody. While it may not be here nor there in some respects,
Could you just,
Alan Berger.
thank you.
Thank you, I'm sorry. Thank you, appreciate that. Well, my name may not be here nor there. The property in question was on an automatic service. There is litigation amongst the family members, and because of that litigation, it went off automatic service. The net result was what is now being termed a repeat offense, which was not through anything other than a result of the litigation. As soon as the current owner, one of the owners, was aware of the problem, they started to clean up, and he was in constant contact, I understand, with the
Yes.
with the city to get things done. And in fact, the cleanup started within days of receiving the notice, and if there's any fine at all, we asked it only be for a couple of days. In fact, if you look at the pictures, you'll see in July, the July pictures that the city took, almost all the sides, if you scroll through, they're all clean. And so one of the sides is not clean, and that's the side that faces the road, or was not clean. That's the side that faces the road. That's where people throw things from the cars. Much more difficult to police than the other sides. And so, there was no lack of respect for the prior case. There was no lack of diligence. It was simply the lawsuit resulted in some things happening. The net result was that it got unmowed, And we asked that if there's any fine, it only be for 2 days and that the amount not be $50.
Okay, and it's back under a regular maintenance schedule
It is.
now?
It's back under a maintenance plan. Hopefully, it stays that way.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate that. Anything else from the city?
Well, I just want to add, with speaking to the owner, just because this is an undeveloped area, it's pretty hard for them to keep it maintained because of the type of mowers that they have to bring out there. And I discussed that with the owner, and I told him just have a communication with me as when you're going to get out there, just in case I receive any type of complaint regarding this in particular lot. And we were in agreement with that because, I mean, it grows pretty quickly. It really does. And we did take that into account. So we're going to try to stay in communication with that. But I'll leave the repeat in your hands.
Okay, anything else, sir?
No, thank you.
All right. Well, first of all, the city does have proper notice in this case. I think based on the testimony and the evidence, the property was in violation of the city codes that were cited between July 29th and August 23rd. City's asking for a finding of repeat violation based on the 2020 case, which is part of the record, which did find the property in violation of the same code sections that are cited in today's case. I mean, honestly, the city, I think, is being very generous in this case, only asking for finding for 23 days. I think you could have 25 days and $50 a day. You could have up to $500 per day on a repeat. So I will accept that recommendation, impose $50 a day fine for 23 days, amounting at $1,150. You know, since this case is now in a repeat status, the city doesn't have to give you time to comply anymore. So then you really need to make sure that that maintenance stays on schedule, because if they see it in violation again, they can bring it back as another repeat, and the fines can run from the day they see it, not that they don't have to give you time to comply anymore. So please keep that in mind. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Next case, number 22-700 South Rosemary Avenue, number 232 CE 22070325, number 22-700 South Rosemary Avenue, number 232.
So you're here for 700 South Rosemary? Yeah. Okay, yeah. Yeah, you can come up and to the podium if you'd like. Morning. Michael Williams, Code Enforcement Officer, City of West Palm Beach. Property 700 South Rosemary, number 232, more specifically El Camino Restaurant, was initially cited on 7/27/22 as a result of an email that was received from Eric Schneider, Principal Planner with the City of West Palm Beach. Certified mail was sent on 7/29/22. We do have a signed certified mail receipt on file. City Hall was posted on 7/29/22. The notice was hand-delivered on 7/29/22 to the respondent there on location at the restaurant. Property was cited for 94-402-E-1 with regard to a piece of signage, which per Eric, Eric indicated that the signage that is now currently hanging is not approved, and he says that if they want to try and get it approved, then it would have to go before the city commission for approvals. So that said, upon speaking to Eric this morning, he indicated that he'd like to give him 30 days to either remove the sign or submit an application for his sign code amendment. I can't even talk right now. For a sign code amendment, which again would go before City Commission. And he says that process could take up to 6 months. So it sounds like they want to work with them, and they are giving them an opportunity, an immediate opportunity to, again, make application within 30 days for the sign code amendment or remove the sign.
Thank you. Officer Williams, does your file also reflect an executed affidavit of posting?
Yes, it does.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes.
The photograph that we reviewed, does that truthfully and accurately represent your observations of the
Yes.
alleged violation on the property?
Yes.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, and photograph.
Thank you. Those documents are part of the record. Can you clarify? Is the sign in violation of city code that it wouldn't be allowed at all, or is it a matter of permitting?
Per Eric, he indicated that there was some communications between the respondent and planning and zoning when they initially submitted for that for the piece of signage which is hanging right now as we speak. Well, as of last evening when I observed it. Eric indicated that he communicated to the respondent that the signage could not be legally hung. Okay, he said they went ahead anyway and hung the piece of signage. Okay, and there has been some other communications between Eric Schneider and also David Harrison, who's the vice president of Related for the properties, that I'm not privy to those conversations. But at the end of the day, upon speaking to Eric this morning, he indicated that, to me rather, to give them 30 days to either remove the sign or submit an application for a sign code amendment. Now, I certainly don't know what's going to happen once it goes before City Commission. They could approve the signage. They could make some, amendment to the sign code and approve it, or they could tell them no, they need to take the piece of signage down altogether and resubmit for something else. That I do not know. Eric could not be here this morning because he had other meetings that were prior scheduled. And so that's the reason he's not able to attend this morning and possibly shed some more light on the situation.
All right, well, the code section cited is a code section that requires a permit. So it just says, with the exception of certain enumerated signs, owner shall obtain a building permit prior to installation of the sign. So building permit was not obtained prior to the installation of this sign, is that?
According to Eric, yes. And further, Eric stated that when they submitted for this particular piece of signage, he advised them that it would not be approved. And again, according to Eric, he said that they went forward with hanging the piece of signage anyway.
Okay, let me hear from the respondent. Good morning, sir. If you could tell me your name and address, and then you can tell me about the case.
Brandon Belucio, 2 Northwest 25th Street, Delray Beach, Florida, 3344. Through this process, it's been a long process. Our conversations were related to our landlord, David Harrison, and that team. They were communicating with Eric to try to get a signage approved. That's the only place for that sign. So apparently, it's not in the guidelines for that district, Rosemary Square District, and they were gonna work through it to try to get this remedied. So I kinda got caught in the middle of that, and apparently that process was a lot long. I mean, this goes back almost to 14, 15 months. So David and Eric just recently have been communicating, as far as going in front of the commission to get it approved. That's new. I wasn't aware that we would do that today or going forward. But yeah, I mean, it's just, you know, this is something that, you know, when we came in to take the property, and speaking with Related, that it wasn't gonna be an issue, you know? Obviously, we need a storefront sign. So it's become a bigger deal than we thought it would be. And trying to get it resolved is just, it's been over a year. Or David, it's taken a year for Related, so, you know, any direction you can give, you know, I'd love to try to go in front of the commission, sit with the team from Related over the next couple of days and really put a tight plan together.
Special Magistrate, may I inquire very quickly?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, were you sworn in?
Yes,
Okay, very good. And could you just state your relation as to the company or the
yeah,
owner?
I'm one of the owners.
Thank you. And Officer Williams, you testified, and we were looking at some emails while you testified. Are those emails a part of your file?
Yes, it is. It is attached to the case.
Okay, Special Magistrate, the city would also like to submit as evidence a copy of these emails that were testified to and that we've reviewed during the testimony. Thank you.
There is one email dated June 30th, particularly from Eric Schneider, discussing the signage, and toward the latter part of the email, Eric does indicate, he says that no permit will be issued at this location unless City Commission changes the code, and there is no pending code change. A code change is at least a 5-month process, so please do not let them try to tell you otherwise. It says, please note that only one blade sign has been approved. It is the blade sign shown below from the approved permit.
Okay. So the sign in the picture right there is approved.
The blade sign, yes.
Right, you got two pictures with the yellow bubble, that is the sign
Yeah,
in
that's,
violation.
that is the signage that's in
In
violation.
violation, so then
Right.
go down,
And if you go down, there's a,
that's the sign that's approved.
right, it's called the blade sign. It's more square in dimensions.
Okay.
And again, Special Magistrate, there's been some conversations that have been, that have taken place that are, I'm assuming currently taking place with David Harrison, the Vice President of Related, and Eric Schneider that I'm not privy to. And so consequently, there's some things that I simply cannot answer.
All right, well, I was just looking at the code. The code section, again, that was cited requires a permit for any sign prior to its installation, with the exception of a number of signs called out in 94-402A, and my read of 94-402A. The list of unregulated signs does not include what we're looking at here today. So, I mean, what that means is that sign, whether it's allowed or not, can't be installed without a permit. And since a permit wasn't obtained before the sign was installed, that is what I am finding in terms of a violation. So whether or not the sign would actually be permitted, I'm not, maybe it would, maybe it wouldn't. According to Mr. Williams' testimony, it may not be allowed under city code, but whether it is or not, whatever sign is installed has to have a permit. And since there was no permit obtained, that is the violation I'm finding. So, before I go on, let me just give you an opportunity, if there's anything else that you'd like to tell me, sir.
Just, it's a difficult position that we're in, because we have no signage, at all. And obviously, that wasn't our understanding, Is there a way to get the 30 days to try to work this out with Eric and David and related? Because the way I understand it is that district falls under its own ordinance and sign criterias and all this. And David actually created those criterias. So I think he just really needs to carve out the time to adhere to whatever needs to be adhered to, to accept that. This is a very unique property in that there is no sign that gets hung from an awning structure,
Yeah.
So they haven't had this experience before.
Okay. Anything else from the city?
No, beyond the fact that, again, Eric communicated to me that this morning, just prior to coming into the hearing here, to request 30 additional days to either remove or submit an application for a code sign, for the sign code amendment, rather.
I'm just curious, sir, if you know, was there a business there in that location before El Camino?
There was.
Do you have any idea what the signage was for that
They-
previous business? I'm just curious.
That was prior to all the new sign criteria that they submitted a whole new criteria, and it's kind of reduced what you're allowed to do.
Okay. So the code has changed in terms of what signage is allowed in this location?
If so, I'm not aware of that.
Okay, well, again, regardless, the violation that's before me is installing a sign without a permit. And I can give you more time, I'm not sure what that's going to solve. Is the city's position that if the code does not allow this type of sign, that an application for a text amendment would take this out of code enforcement? Is that kind of, that's kind of what I'm hearing, I'm just wanting to make sure that.
Well, I'm a little bit, I'm not clear on going forward, how planning and zoning, Eric and the respondent Mr. Harrison, I'm not clear on, how how they're going to resolve this whole issue, beyond the fact that Eric indicated that, as a last-ditch effort, they can certainly submit an application to go before, City Commission, for a sign code amendment. So beyond that, right,
I
exactly.
mean, for,
Sp- Special
for
Magistrate?
what it's worth, it seems to me that's a very heavy lift, getting a text amendment for a sign code change, but that's not my call. So, yes, ma'am.
I was just going to say that another option would be to recall the case to your next agenda, which would be approximately a month, to allow our principal planner, Mr. Schneider, to be here to be able to provide a little bit more detailed information.
Well,
And that would give them another 30 days to potentially work it out as the gentleman
I
requested.
don't want to keep dragging folks back
Sure.
for more hearings.
Magistrate?
Yeah.
We'd like to give them 30 days to make application for the sign code amendment and 6 months in order to comply. And let's say within that 6-month window that they don't get the approvals, then the sign needs to be removed.
So you're suggesting 30 days to either remove the sign or apply for whatever code change would need to
Right.
be applied for
Yes.
to allow the sign to remain.
Right.
Then, if an application is submitted, allow 6 months for that process to
Right.
play out.
Right, because,
And whatever happens, happens. If the sign becomes permissible, great. If it's not, then it would have to come down.
yes, exactly.
All right. Do you understand what the city is suggesting, sir? Is that
Yeah,
something
that
that?
sounds very fair.
Okay.
Appreciate that.
That may be the best way to split the baby in this case.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, the city's recommending that, respondent thinks that's fair, I'm inclined to memorialize that as well, so.
Appreciate that very much.
Okay,
Magistrate,
anything
if-
else from either?
Right, and if they don't come into compliance, then the city would be asking for a $500 per day fine be imposed.
Okay, so, city has proper notice, respondent's present, you had certified mail, you posted, and you had hand delivery. I'm not sure there's anything else you could possibly do to get better notice
Okay.
than what you did in this case. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I do find that property remains in violation of City Code 94402E1 for installing a sign without a permit. I'm going to give the respondent 30 days to either take the sign down or apply for the appropriate permit or
Sign code amendment.
zoning text amendment to, if the sign is not allowed by city code, to apply for an amendment that would allow the sign to be permitted. But that application would need to be submitted within the next 30 days. If you go that route, then we will say that we'll allow an additional 6 months to maintain the status quo, allow that process to play through the city's public hearing process, and either that application will get approved, in which case you can apply for the appropriate permits and the sign presumably will be able to stay up, or if it's denied, then the sign would have to come down at the end of that 6-month, well, at the end of the process, at the end of the review and application process. If, any of those deadlines are not met, I think $500 a day is a bit excessive. I will do $200 a day. So what would happen is if at the end of the 30 days you haven't applied or you haven't taken down the sign, and then daily fines of $200 a day will start to be imposed. If after the 30 days you have applied, then we sort of hit the pause button, let that process play out. We're kind of all assuming it's going to take 6 months. Let me say this, if for no fault of the respondents, you're getting close to the end of that 6-month period, and the process is not going to conclude, please put something on your calendar to bring this back and get additional time, because I don't want to penalize a respondent if the process, if the respondent's asking for continuances and it gets dragged out, that's one thing, but if for whatever reason on the city's side it takes more than 6 months, I don't want that to be a penalty. However, when we get to the end of that process, whenever it is, and then there's still not compliance, let's say, worst case scenario, the city denies the application and you don't take the sign down, then again, the $200 a day will start to accrue at that point in time. So, do you have any questions about how this is going to unfold? Do you have any questions for it's kind of a complicated one. I think we got it. So, okay, then I will sign that order. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you
sir.
very much, everybody.
Yes, sir.
Number 37, 1338 11th Street, CE 22060076. Number 37, 1338 11th Street.
Valerie,
Good morning. I was
do you
not
need to be
sworn in. Can I get sworn in, please?
Swear you in. Do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that your testimony today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, 33. Officer Luster, West Palm Code Enforcement. Certified mail on this property was returned to us on 6/11/2022. Property in City Hall was posted on 8/12/2022. I've had communications with the property manager, and the property was cited for the following: safe egress, litter, trash, and debris, painting of home after pressure cleaning, rental license, lighting standards, certificate of use, garbage can placement, hurricane hazard, cleaning up 1/2 of easement, resurfacing of driveway approach, removal of prohibited trailer, outdoor storage. I can say as of yesterday, the house was being pressure cleaned, so progress is on its way, but all violations are still outstanding. And the property manager asked for 90 more days or $100 per day after.
All right, thank you, Ms. Luster. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead and tell me your name and address, and then you can tell me about the case.
Special Magistrate, could I?
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Francanero. I apologize for
Thank you.
cutting you off.
Thank you.
Just a second, ma'am. We'll be right back with you.
Officer Luster, do you have an executed affidavit of posting in the file?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that affidavit also reflect that the notice of violation was sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, ma'am.
And I believe we've been reviewing a few photographs during your testimony, and there may be more, but do the photographs in this file, do they truthfully and accurately represent and depict the alleged violations on the property?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you briefly give us a detailed indication of what it is you've observed on the property that supports the alleged violations?
First of all, the shutters are constantly closed. It is an occupied property, and being that they're closed on the regular, egress is a problem in case of a fire. Lighting is a problem because there's no light it can get in the unit itself. The house is just in need of painting, and garbage can placement is always not placed properly. And cleaning up half of the back easement, removal of the trailer, it's a prohibited trailer, it's it's a large trailer, it's very large. The outdoor storage, and the driveway needs repair in several places. The outdoor storage consists of tires, broken, I'm assuming that's wood planks for fencing, just numerous things that are just constantly on this property.
I'm sorry, what is it about the driveway that needs repair?
Pan out right there, that's called the approach or the apron of a driveway, and it needs to be somewhat resurfaced.
Okay, there's cracking
Yeah,
and
there's pieces missing.
okay.
which- Nothing but
And,
dirt.
I'm sorry. And what is your testimony regarding confirmation that the property is being rented?
Well, I actually posted the property with the tenant standing in the door, and then the property manager called me, and she also let me know that it is being rented.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, one note, the rental code section is now 22-441 instead of 18-162A. It did not change in substance, it was just renumbered. The city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
Thank you. Okay, those documents are made part of the record. I do remember the code number change from the last hearing. Okay, back to you, ma'am. Go ahead and tell me your name and address again, and then you can proceed.
Good morning. I'm Dorothy Williams, 236 Cypress Drive in Lake Park.
Ms. Williams, how are you related to the owner of the property?
I do not know the owners of the property.
And how are you here representing? Or are you?
Approximately 10 years ago, I had a daughter who had a terminal illness, and she was looking for a place to reside. She found an abandoned property at 1338 11th Street in West Palm Beach. It had no windows, no screens, no plumbing, no electrical. And we went in, painted the inside and outside, put windows and screens in, closed the hole that the homeless people was going into the house, and we fixed it up and put it in livable condition over 10 years ago, approximately 10 years ago.
Special Magistrate, may I interrupt for a moment? I'm just not clear if she's representing an owner.
I am not.
Let's get something clear. That is not the person that I spoke to in regards to property management. So I'm not sure why Ms. Williams is here.
Okay.
I'm here because I've been maintaining that property for about 10 years. I've paid taxes on it. I've remodeled it. My daughter, who formerly moved in there, passed away in 2018, and she left her husband in there, and he passed in January of 2020. And now a nice Hispanic family lives there, and they have a little cluster. So I don't know anything about the person who is listed on the records. I've sent them about 20 or more certified letters, and they all came back. And I got a copy of this posted document on August 17th. I don't know that it was posted, that something went to this address in June or July. I received a copy of the posted document on the 17th of August. I immediately called the code officer to ask for more time so that I can paint, have the trailer and the items removed and fix the drive and get them to open the shutters. And she stated to me that it was already set for the hearing, and I couldn't get extra time. I needed to come to the hearing. So with me monitoring and maintaining that property, I have cleared a number of violations in the last 8 or 10 years on this particular property. So I will clear this one. I just need a little time because I just got this 2 weeks ago. I did have it pressure washed and painted, and I'm in the process of clearing the other documents. I just need about 2 months to get that done.
So, the property owners listed on the property are Tanaka Greenwood. Are you related to her in any way?
No
Shape or
way.
form?
No way, shape, or
Jo-
form.
Joshua Stewart.
No way.
Whitney Stewart.
No,
Ladarius Fitzgerald.
no,
George Jones.
no. I know none of those names.
Okay, Special Magistrate, I appreciate Ms. Williams' testimony. I don't believe that she can stand here and represent any official owner. You
Can
can,
I see the
I believe
notice
you
of
can take her
violation?
testimony as a witness, but that's it.
I'm very confused at the moment. Can we pull up the notice of violation?
Okay. Just for clarity, the phone call that I received didn't come from a Miss Williams. And the person that I spoke to represented the property as property manager for the owners. And I did, in the conversation, grant more time for compliance, being that that person was speaking for the property owner. I had no clue Miss Williams did not know Miss Greenwood or had any non-contact with Miss Greenwood.
And Ms.
So-
Lester, you said the certified mail actually came back returned. We didn't
Yes,
get
Mm-hmm.
sir,
the
it came back returned on 6/11/2022,
Yeah,
and the
so-
property was posted on 8/12.
But then we had the posting.
Yes.
Officer Luster, did the property manager ID themselves?
She may have, but I just don't remember it being Miss Williams.
Okay.
But I
Ms.
did
Williams,
speak,
let me ask Ms. Williams, how did you find out about, I'm very confused about how you're even involved with this case, because you're not listed as a property owner. You've told us you're not the property manager, but your family has been involved with this property for many years, so I'm having a hard time understanding how you're legally attached to this property.
First of all, I am the person that called the code officer. And I'm not legally tied to it because it's not in my name. My daughter found an abandoned property, and we proceeded to fix it up, and she moved into it until she passed away. And now a Hispanic family moved in there, and I kind of maintained it. And if you notice, you've had violations on it before, and I am the one that cleared it up. I am the one that pays the taxes on it. Every mail that I send out comes back not received, and apparently the same thing has happened to all of the code enforcement officers. It has had several violations, but all of your mail comes back unopened. And I have cleared those violations on this property. I'm not affiliated with the owners at all. I am in the process of trying to take maybe ownership of the property, in that I have over a dozen tax receipts where no one responds to you, no one responds to me. All of my certified mail comes back not accepted.
Okay. Special Magistrate, I'd like to make sure I put on the record the conversation I had with the person representing the property, stated that she was representing it for the owner and would need more time to come into compliance. The only other thing that I can think of is the property was occupied by squatters, and some kind of way the squatters and Mrs. Williams make some kind of connect other than the postings that have been posted on this property? Because it's a prior lien running on this property that's complied.
Well,
And if the persons that are living there now, are they paying them her rent? Because when I posted the property, the Hispanic people, they were at the property upon posting.
Special Magistrate, may I?
go ahead.
Just a couple of questions. I apologize. I just want to make clear for the record, Ms. Williams, have you been appointed or otherwise officially made the property manager by any of these legal owners?
No,
Okay, thank you. And do you currently have any litigation pending to obtain
yes.
legal title to the property?
Yes,
And that's been, is that a filed case?
yes.
But that's not concluded?
It's not ended yet, no.
So you do not have legal title at this time?
No, I don't.
Officer Luster, based on the testimony, do you have any updated recommendation or different recommendation for a time period for compliance or the fine amount requested?
Since I'm a little confused on whether this person is or is not connected to the property owner, I'm clear today that she's not. I'm still gonna ask for the 90 days or the $100 per day after, just in case between the 90 days, anything can get resolved.
Okay.
That would be my ask.
Okay. Special Magistrate, the city would just like to make clear that in the order, that Ms. Williams' appearance today is not here as the property owner or a representative of the property owner.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, Ms. Williams, I appreciate you being here. You are not legally entitled to speak for the property owner in this case. I understand what you've told me and what your relationship is to the property. You know, I think the city has proper notice in this case. The certified mail was returned, but the property was properly posted. So we can proceed with the case. I think, I assume the city wants to proceed. You don't want to, I don't see a reason to not proceed.
Correct. I do think the city does have proper notice. There's just no property owner or authorized representative in attendance.
Well, I have reviewed all the photographs and listened to the testimony. I do find, based on all of that, that the property remains in violation as cited, although the 18162A regarding the rental license has migrated to 22441, but it's the same substantive code section. I'm comfortable with the city's recommendation to allow 90 days for compliance. After that, daily fines of $100 per day. And I will sign that order. Ms. Williams, whatever you're doing with your litigation, I wish you luck.
Sure, thank
But I will
you.
sign the order against the property owner today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome, thank you.
Next case number 12-2300 Presidential Way, CE 22080324, number 12-2300 Presidential Way.
Officer Williams, do you need to be sworn in?
Yes.
And ma'am, do you need to be sworn in?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead whenever you're ready. Oh, you need to be sworn in? Do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that your testimony today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Yes.
Both of you, thank you very much. All right, go ahead.
Officer Williams, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. The property at 2300 Presidential Way was originally cited back in May 24th, 2022. The regular mail as well as certified mail was sent out August 18th, 2022. That was returned August 25th, 2022. The property was hand-delivered to the president which is here today, as well as posted in City Hall on August 23rd, 2022, and an affidavit of posting was placed in the case file. I've had numerous contact with the president of the Golf Association there. They were cited for 18106B for excessive growth in the waterway and man-made lakes there on the property. As of this morning, that violation is still present due to the lettuce leaf that is grown in, as well as other complaints from the residents there of individuals being harmed by the water. The city is requesting 30 days to bring the property into compliance, or $1,000 a day fine thereafter.
I'm sorry, did you say 1,000?
Yes, ma'am.
Is a one-time fine, is that
No, sir.
daily?
Daily.
Okay, so explain to me well, let me let Ms. Francanero do her questioning, and then I may have follow-up questions based on that.
Thank you, sir. Officer Williams, we're reviewing some photographs,
Yes, ma'am.
and do those photographs truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violation that you've observed on the property?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you just give us a little bit more detail about what you're seeing with regard to the violation that you're alleging?
Sure. So in the waterway there on the property, along the embankment, it's overgrown. Lettuce leaf has started to basically take over the entire waterway and different bacteria. And basically nothing has been done to rectify the situation. They recently started to try to work on it, but like I said, as of this morning, the violation is still there.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, Officer Williams, are there any written communications back and forth at all in this case? With
No,
regard-
ma'am.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
All right, those will be made part of the record. Let me hear from the respondent. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead and tell me your name and address, and then you can tell me about the case.
Alicia Lewis, 820 Ridgewood Drive, West Palm Beach, Florida, 33405. I'm the president of Banning K Master Association. The first notice that came out in May, when we received it, the tax ID number that we reviewed was a property near open lot, which we thought we need to clean up, and we did. When we received the second notice, we were confused. I reached out to Mr. Williams, and during that process, for the last 30 days, we've been in contact. He did come on site and kind of explain to me that it wasn't the lake bank itself, it was actually the cattails, and now all of this lettuce that's overgrown. I do have a lake maintenance company that we've been dealing with that hasn't properly maintained our lakes, and now, since this violation is in place, they have stepped up and are actually removing all the lettuce leaf on their cost because of this violation. I would like to request 45 days, and I think $1,000 a day is very steep. I know that the lettuce leaf can be scooped up and that will happen within 30 days, but the cattail takes a little longer to die after they spray it.
Okay. Do you have any sense for how long it's going to take them to get those that vegetation cut back?
So currently they're scooping, and I do have pictures. Yesterday, somebody went on site and took pictures of what they've done to date, which they kind of took out. But the cattail takes three weeks of treatment, and they started about 2 weeks ago, so that should be gone within 2 weeks, I would say.
So 90 days it should be finished?
I believe.
Okay. Can I, thank you. Can I see the notice of violation that was sent in this case, please? So $1,000 a day is the maximum fine, according to the notice. Is there a reason the city's seeking the maximum for this violation?
Well, this has been going on since May, and I've gotten several calls from some of the residents there who have tried to cut the vegetation back on their own and stepping in the water. One family called saying that they've received a rash after stepping in the water. Commissioner Christy Fox went out there as well, and she took complaints from individuals who noted the same thing. They trying to cut the vegetation back, receive rashes after stepping in the water. So I feel like it, presents a life, health, safety issue for the residents who live there and who are, trying to just clean up their property.
Okay. Anything else from the city on this case? Sir, anything else, ma'am, that you'd like to tell me?
Nope. No, thank
Okay. All right, I will find proper notice in this case with the hand delivery and the posting following the returned certified mail. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I think it's clear the property remains in violation of City Code 18106B. I'm going to allow 90 days for the property to be brought into compliance. After that, I will impose daily fines. I'm going to do $250 a day until compliance is achieved. I think $1,000 is not a reasonable number under the circumstances, but I think 250 is. So you need to get this cleaned up, and to the extent folks are trying to do this on their own, and I don't know what your HOA docs say regarding the relationship of the property owners to doing things like that, but you might want to address that as you guys see fit. I'll put it that way. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Lewis? Okay, Magistrate, we have 1030 cases on other matters on the agenda, numbers 8 through 12. I believe they'd have to be sworn in.
Okay. So we're going to do 8 through 12 next on the,
Right, they're set for 10:30.
okay. And officer, you need to be sworn in.
Sir.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that your testimony today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Case number 8, 4000 South Dixie Highway, Marathon Gas Station, CE 22080129.
Special Magistrate, all the respondents for these cases will also need to be sworn in.
I'm sorry.
All the respondents for these special matter cases, they're,
Oh, they weren't here. We need to swear everybody in.
correct, they'll have to be sworn in now.
Okay. Sir, if you'll raise your right hand as well, do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much. I'm going to hear from the city, and then I'll come back to you in just a few minutes.
Officer, would you please state your name, title, and position?
I'm Agent Lutier, City of West Palm Beach Police Special Investigations.
Could you just speak a little bit more into
Yeah.
the microphone? Thanks.
Agent Lutier, West Palm Beach PD Special Investigations.
Okay, and we're here today for an alleged violation of service of alcohol to somebody under age 21, is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay, and For this particular case, we're talking about 4,000 South Dixie Highway. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Is that the Marathon gas station?
Yes, ma'am.
Does your do you have the notice of violation in front of you?
No, I just have the docket and the report.
Can I give you a copy? As well, sir, do you have a copy?
I have one. Is
Okay, very good. Special Magistrate, may I give you a copy?
Thank you. Just for the record, this is the paperwork you handed me is what I'm looking at on the screen as well, is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay. And thank you. Officer, what was the purpose of your action or activity on this date in question at this establishment?
This was an operation designed to determine if the point-of-sale vendors, clerks, any other employee located within the city of West Palm Beach were properly verifying age of the alcoholic beverage buyers.
Thank you. How did you accomplish this activity?
We conducted an undercover operation using confidential informants under the age of 21 to attempt to make these purchases.
And what approximate time did your activity with this establishment begin?
This particular establishment was at 2:45 in the afternoon.
Please describe what occurred.
We sent one of the confidential informants inside the store in an attempt to make an alcoholic beverage purchase. Upon entering the store, the confidential source walked to the cooler, selected and retrieved a six-pack of Corona, and proceeded to the checkout counter, placed the beer down, and attempted to pay for it. The clerk was described as a Middle Eastern male wearing a blue Marathon shirt and black pants. He sold the Corona beer to the confidential informant without verifying age or, through the use of a photo ID. The confidential informant used $20 that was provided by the city's expenditure funds, and after retrieving the beer and the change, the confidential informant made contact back with us again and described the events that occurred inside the store.
Thank you. Once that occurred, did you or anyone else from that was working with you, did you then go back into the store and discuss with the clerk or anybody in the store what happened?
Yes, we did. We entered the store and made contact with the described clerk, who was still behind the counter. We explained to the clerk, what had just occurred, that they had in fact sold alcohol to an underage buyer. The change and said beer were returned to the clerk, and we also retrieved the $20 bill that was used to complete the purchase.
And we're viewing a photograph during your testimony. Is that your recollection of the clerk with whom you had interaction?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you believe that based upon your testimony and everything that you've provided for us today, that there is a violation of City Code Section 612?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you also believe that there's a violation of Florida Statute 562.11?
Yes, ma'am.
And your knowledge is that statute is selling, giving, or serving alcoholic beverages to a person under 21 years of age. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And do you have any reason to believe, at any time did the confidential informant falsely represent that they were of age?
No, ma'am.
And was there any action or activity or request by the clerk at all to verify or ask that the confidential informant present their ID?
No.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, photographs, the police report, as well as affidavit of posting, hand delivery, notification, if any, and certified mailing documents.
And those are made part of the record. There's a notation in the it's on the last page of the packet I was provided, the paperwork that indicates fourth offense. Can you give me some testimony about the priors?
This is their fourth offense.
when were how long ago were the first three? Do we know? Are they recent, or are they a long time ago?
We can pull it up.
I apologize, sir. One moment. Sir, I have a case from January of 2019, April of 2019, October 2019, as well as today's case.
So all three of the priors were in 2019?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me hear from the respondent. Yes, sir, go ahead and tell me your name and address, please, and then you can tell me about the case.
Yeah, my name is Nuruddin Sheikh. I'm owner of
Get you a little closer to the microphone.
My name is Nuruddin Sheikh. I'm sorry. I'm owner of the gas station, and our company has a policy. We train all employees before we hire. We tell them this you shouldn't do, but some employees follow, some is not following. So if someone's selling underage the alcohol beverage, right there we fire the employee. That's our company policy, and this is the position now. So whatever you guys make a decision, I will accept it because it's my fault. But my company policy, we try our best to stop to selling underage, and we provide everyone 6-hour training. How are we gonna check the ID, everything. But now it's people who won't get that much good people in the state. We are shortage of people. Some people doesn't want to care about it. So now it's up to you. Whatever you guys want to do it, we will agree with that.
What happened with this particular employee after this incident? Was there training, or what happened with this particular employee after this happened?
He been training, but the problem is that honestly, is some employees very careful. We have people to go check it undercover to selling. Some people is like a 245. I think is the like a transaction period. There wasn't clear 2:45 p.m. right or a.m. So we talked with him. He said he couldn't understand that, and then I said, why should not be careful about it? Because we have some incident in 2019. After that, we are very careful about that side. So he said he just made a mistake.
It sounds like you had a rough spot in 2019, but then we're doing pretty good for the last few years.
Yeah, but honestly, now is the shortage of people in the state. We really had to find good people. Some people is care, some people doesn't care. But we try our best to care about the underage. Even we have a program on the register, so you have to put their age. Then it's gonna be open. I don't know how he gonna do it. Sometimes some people, they just put their own age and just move it on some cashier. Sometimes we check it out. We give them warning. But this guy, I don't think so he get a warning from us, but he made a mistake. But we are very careful about it, underage beer, selling beer.
Thank you. What's the city's recommendation in this case?
Sir, it would be a $500 fine and a finding of a violation.
And, of course, right. All right, well, you have proper notice, respondent is present. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I do find that there was a violation of City Code 6-12, and I will impose the one-time fine of $500.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Instructions to pay are on the bottom. Okay, thank you. Number 9301 Sunland Boulevard, 301 7-Eleven gas station, CE 22080138.
Officer?
Ma'am, were you sworn in earlier this morning?
No.
Let me go ahead and put you under oath. Do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. I'll come back and hear from you in just a few minutes.
Ma'am, do you have a copy of the documents?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Officer, would you please state your name, title, and position?
Agent Lutier, West Palm Beach Police Special Investigations.
And we're here for an underage 21 alcohol alleged violation. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And with respect to what address?
This is in respect to 301 Southern Boulevard to 7-Eleven.
And what is the, is this a 7-Eleven gas station?
Correct.
Okay. And what was the purpose of your action or activity that day?
The purpose of this operation was to determine if point-of-sale vendors, clerks, and/or any other employee located within the city of West Palm Beach were properly verifying age of alcoholic beverage buyers.
How did you accomplish the activity?
We conducted an undercover operation using confidential informants where they were sent into the respective stores in an attempt to make a purchase of alcohol without the clerk being, identified them properly.
And were those confidential informants under the age of 21?
Yes, ma'am.
At what time approximately did your activity with this establishment begin?
2:54 in the afternoon.
Can you please describe what occurred?
We sent the confidential source inside the store. They walked to the beverage cooler, retrieved 1 4-pack of canned Bud Light, then proceeding to the checkout counter, placing the beer down. The clerk, who was described as a Hispanic male wearing a black 7-Eleven shirt with neon stripes, sold said beer to the confidential source without verifying age with a photo ID. The confidential source paid for the beer with a $20 bill that was provided by our agents through the expenditure fund. After retrieving the change, the source exited the store, walked directly to my vehicle. Upon entering my vehicle, the source handed me the beer, gave me the change, and provided me a description of the clerk who sold the beer.
At any time, did this counter clerk ask for ID or take any other action to verify the age of the confidential informant?
No, ma'am.
And to your knowledge, did the confidential informant indicate that they were of age?
No.
Okay. And based upon everything today, do you believe that this is a violation of City Code Section 6-12?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you also believe that this is, arises to the level of violation of Florida Statute 562.11 for selling, giving, or serving alcoholic beverages to a person under 21 years of age?
Yes, ma'am.
And Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, certified mailing documents, postings, hand delivery, the police report with all attachments and photographs.
Thank you. Those are made part of the record. Let me hear from the respondent. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead and tell me your name and address, and then you can tell me about the incident.
My name is Mintu Patel, the owner of 7-Eleven, and the address is 301 Southern Boulevard.
Yes, ma'am.
We take this law very seriously. We do provide 100% training on their day one. Before they even are put on the register, we give them a video training. They have to pass it with 100%. It is up to the employee to follow or not to follow. Even if they don't follow it, we terminate them. In this case, employee's name is Luis Martinez. He was terminated immediately, and we don't play with it. I have proof of record that he did the training on his day one before even he was on the register. We also have a register prompt saying that anyone looks under the age of 30, they should be IDing them. We remind them constantly. Once every month, we put it on the group messages. We take it very seriously. But sometimes employees decide not to do something. Labor is tough right now, but we still afforded to terminate them because, like I said, we take this very seriously. It's our first offense. It's a new location. We've been there about 9 months now.
Okay. And it appears this is a first offense for this property, and based on what you're telling me, you definitely take it seriously.
We do. We sure do.
Is this, as a first offense, a $250?
Yes, sir. The city would be seeking a finding of a violation and $250 fine.
Okay. Anything else, ma'am, that you'd like to tell me?
Just ask for forgiveness if I could,
Anything
and
else
I
from
will
the
make
city?
sure.
All right, then, in this case, the city has proper notice. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find that there was a violation of City Code Section 6-12, and I will impose the one-time fine of $250. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for
Number 10, 6710 Georgia Avenue, Marathon Gas Station, CE 22080357.
Good morning, Your Honor. I have here with me Hamid Mirzadet. My name is Jonathan Glickman on behalf of the respondent, Hamid Mirzadet, who should be sworn in if we could, please.
Raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that your testimony today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yep.
Thank you
Yes.
very much. All right, I'm going to hear from the city first, and we'll come back to you.
Thank you, officer. Would you please state your name, title, and position?
Agent Lutier, West Palm Beach Police Special Investigations.
What is the date when this activity took place for this case?
July 1st, 2022.
This is a case with regard to under 21 serving of alcohol?
Correct.
I apologize. I apologize for the interruption. I have a court reporter to, and I forgot to mention to allow me. If we could please allow him the moment. I
Sure.
apologize.
Sure.
Quickly, we've got a lot to do this morning. Should have had them already ready to go.
Yeah. And again, I apologize for the delay.
Okay, let's go ahead and proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Officer, could you state your name, title, and position?
Agent Lutier, West Palm Beach Police Special Investigations.
And this is in regards to which location, address?
6710 Georgia Avenue.
And what is the name of the establishment?
I believe here the LLC is Triple M Petroleum Incorporated. I guess DBA would be Marathon Gas Station.
Thank you. And what is the date of the activity that took place for this case?
July 1st, 2022.
And what was the purpose of your action or activity that day?
To determine if point-of-sale vendors, store clerks, and/or any other employee located within the city of West Palm Beach were properly verifying age of alcoholic beverage buyers.
And how did you accomplish this activity?
We conducted an undercover operation using confidential informants under the age of 21 in an attempt to make these purchases.
And at what approximate time did your activity with this establishment begin?
2 o'clock in the afternoon.
And could you please describe what occurred?
We sent one of the confidential sources inside the store. The confidential source walked to the cooler, selected and retrieved 1 4-pack of canned Bud Light, then proceeding to the checkout counter, placing the beer down. The clerk, described as a Hispanic female wearing an orange shirt, sold the beer to the confidential source without verifying age with photo ID. The source did in fact pay for the beer with a $20 bill that we provided to her through the West Palm Beach Police Expenditure Fund. After retrieving the change, the source exited the store, walked directly to my vehicle, and briefed me on what had occurred inside the store.
What occurred after that?
After verifying that the clerk did in fact sell to the underage source, I proceeded inside the store and made contact with the described clerk, who was still behind the counter. I explained to the clerk what had just occurred, that they had sold to an underage buyer. I gave the change and the beer back to the clerk and retrieved the $20 bill from the register that was used to purchase the beer, and a photograph of the clerk was taken for evidence.
Thank you. At any time, did the confidential informants present an inaccurate ID?
No, ma'am.
At any time did the
Objection, hearsay?
At any time did the confidential informants represent that they were older than 21?
No, ma'am.
Objection, hearsay?
At any time did the, is there any indication that the clerk did any other action or activity to verify the identity, the age, excuse me, of
No,
the
ma'am.
confidential informants? And with respect to everything you've testified here to today and observed, do you believe that a violation of Florida Statute 562.11 occurred involving selling, giving, or serving alcoholic beverages to a person under 21 years of age?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you also believe that that constitutes a violation of City Code Section 6-12?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, certification of hand delivery, affidavit of posting, certified mailing confirmation, as well as the police report with supplemental reports.
Those are made part of the record. Do you have questions for the city's witness?
Yes, please. Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good morning, officer. Thank you very much. So was this incident was on July 1st, 2022. Were there any other incidents that you are aware of or tried in the year of 2022?
Yes.
Were there any other at this particular address?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So in other words, this was a single incident. There were no other incidents, such as, say, a couple other incidents at the same time during this time period?
About this specific location?
About this specific location,
To
thank
my
you.
knowledge, yes.
To your knowledge, yes?
Yes, there's been no other incidents.
Thank you. The operative is not here today, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And do we have photographs of what she looked at to see whether or not she looked reasonably over 21 or not? Do we have any photographs of her appearance to know what she looked like?
No, we don't provide photographs of any confidential source.
Okay. Now, the prior charges, to the best of your knowledge, this is not the first charge for this property, is that correct?
Correct. I believe it's the 6th.
Okay, and when was the most recent charge prior to this charge?
I'd have to defer to the record here.
Okay. Does 2018 sound? Oh, if you don't know, you don't know. Then that's fine.
Well, no.
We can pull up I'd rather have the exact date. I don't want to.
That would be fine.
Okay.
Well, okay, so do you want us to look
Yes, if
that
we
up
can pull
now,
up-
or do you want to finish your
Why don't I
cross-examination?
finish first? I'm
Okay,
almost
very
done.
good.
All right. I would like to hand you something, if I may approach.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's for the special magistrate to say sure or not. Sorry.
Yes, I apologize. Mr. Special Magistrate, may I approach with an exhibit?
Then why don't you show the city attorney?
Absolutely.
And then I'll take a look.
Special magistrate, no objection. This was provided to me a few days ago.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sir, do you recognize this letter?
Yes.
Okay. And so I've just handed you a letter. And what is this letter?
This is a letter from the Palm Beach County Behavioral Health Coalition.
And what is the purpose of this letter?
To congratulate, I'm guessing prior to this operation, it was formerly known as a BP gas station. Was it a different owner, maybe? This says BP gas station.
But what is the address on this one?
The address is 6710 Georgia.
Special Magistrate, I'm just going to have a standing objection to questions about the letter, as there's been nothing to establish that this officer was involved in the activity underlying the letter, or producing the letter, or generating the letter.
Yes, and to respond, I'm just asking general information about these letters. If he's familiar about the letters, just.
Objection's overruled. You can proceed.
Thank you.
Thank
Right. Yes, and so what is the gist of this letter? And if we want, we could read it in, but could you summarize what this letter is about, please?
This letter appears to congratulate the BP gas station for complying with Florida's alcohol laws. It should be noted, it looks like this was 2 years prior to this operation.
So 2 years prior to this operation, so it looks like it's dated, it's dated Thursday, February 2022?
2020.
Sorry, 2020, sorry.
Correct.
Okay, all right. And at the end, it just, but the address is 6710 Georgia Ave, West Palm Beach, Florida, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And just for housekeeping,
Thank you very
we'll
much,
call this
Your-
Respondent's Exhibit Number 1 for today's hearing.
Thank you very much. I'd like to submit it as Exhibit 1. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, officer. I appreciate your time and your service.
Special Magistrate, I have quickly a recross. Officer, with respect to the confidential informants, is it your belief, and would a prudent person believe the confidential informants to look over 21?
No.
Special Magistrate, with respect to the pending question that council had with respect to prior violations. Let me just bring up my screen, I apologize. There were 2 in 2016, 2 in 2017, 1 in 2018, and in 2018, there was a temporary suspension of the COU for Triple M Petroleum, and that was an order signed by you, sir, on April 4th, 2018, based upon the underlying multiple violations involving under 21 alcohol violations. That COU was suspended from April 8th, 2018 through April 22nd, 2018, and then also on May 17th, 2018 through May 31st, 2018. It appears to be approximately 1 month broken up into 2 time periods.
Okay.
Special Magistrate, we're bringing that up on the screen, and the city would like to submit a copy of that as well as
Okay,
evidence.
let's see. Have you concluded your questioning of the?
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Does the city have any other witnesses? Are there any other witnesses for this case?
I'm sorry, sir, no.
Okay, and then I do want to see, and that may be what's up on the monitor now, is this the last order that you were referencing?
Yes, sir, I apologize, I was not able to print it.
You know what, I actually remember this one, which is remarkable for me. I usually don't remember what I did last week, but I actually, because I remember the way we split the COU suspension. At any rate. All right, is there anything else from the city?
Special Magistrate, the city would seek a finding of a violation as well as imposition of a $500 fine.
And the city is not seeking any certificate of use suspension at this time?
Not today. If Your Honor, if Your Honor finds a violation today, the city would then review and determine if any further activity is warranted in a separate subsequent action.
Thank you. Okay, let's come over to the respondent. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd like to call, I could either make a proffer or call Hamid Mirzadet to the stand, probably.
Just go ahead and call him.
Okay. I apologize for the logistics of, should we share a microphone, or is there a way to?
I'm sorry,
I apologize for the logistics. Is there a stand, is there a
Mark,
witness stand?
can he use the microphone there?
Okay. Yeah, if you'd
Thank
like
you.
Yeah, sit down. Thank you. Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Hamid Mirzada.
And so that 2018, the most recent 2018 sting operation that was just discussed, that was early 2018, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And after that, what changes did you implement? Let's start with like basic upper management. Who was kind of in charge of and running the store at that time?
Yeah, so we had a manager which we fired due to not adhering to our company policy about the alcohol and tobacco sales. We had promoted an employee, Jenny, to a manager. We had all our employees take the 3-hour course that was for all employees to be more responsible and learn about the effect of selling to underage, sending alcohol or tobacco to underage minors.
Okay.
And that was a mandatory thing that we started because we didn't, to be a little bit more strict. We added a stricter when the item gets scanned on the product.
Would it be easier if I asked questions to keep things on track?
That's fine.
Okay, thank you. All right, so you were talking about the manager, but how about what was in your position? Who was running it? Was it yourself, your father was in charge? How?
My father was running it back then, and he decided to retire, and then I started to step into a more larger role, and I wanted to get a manager, and that's when we promoted Jenny to be, because she was more stricter, to be more stricter with the rules.
Okay, so your father was running it, he retired. So after this happened, management changed and kind of ownership changed. Did you make anyone wear lanyards?
Yeah, so we also, we created these lanyards that all the cashiers had to wear that basically says, we ID, with the purchase of any alcohol or tobacco, so have your ID ready.
Did you make any changes to the premises, adding signs?
Yes, we added several signage on the countertops and window clings stating, for the alcohol.
And you had your employees take certificate courses, is that correct?
Yes, it was a mandatory 3-hour course that was that all employees had to take.
Okay. All right. So following those new procedures, was there any proof of the success of those procedures?
Yes, we got certificates, and we kept them in the employee files.
And how about this letter of, and this is Exhibit 1, once again, the letter of February 2020, and basically just generally, does it say that your changes were successful or not?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in July of 2022, this employee, had she finished her training?
This employee was in the onboarding process, and she completed her certificate.
And what were the details of the timing of the incident?
She was in her, I think, 4th or 5th day of training, and the timing came during the onboarding process.
Okay. Since the notice of violation, have you made further changes?
Yes.
Okay. So, sorry, I'll go through. Did you have your manager, Yenny Jovel, take the Florida Manager Responsible Alcohol Services course for the Florida State, Florida Responsible Vendors Act?
Yes, I had her take I believe there was a manager course for the alcohol and for serving alcohol on off premises. So it was like an extra level of education for the manager side, where I still had all the employees, they have to take the other standard 3-hour course.
And, Your Honor, I only have one copy of this I'd like to present to council before bringing it. This is the certificate, the most recent certificate. If I may approach.
Special Magistrate, the city has no objection to this document.
This is
Without objection, this will be respondents 2 for the record. Certificate, Florida Managing Responsible Alcohol Servers Certificate. 1, 2, 3, 4 pages, 5 pages. Okay.
Can you tell me about any new technology that you implemented to make sure that this doesn't happen again?
Yes, we upgraded the ID scanner, so while now there's no way to bypass, if you scan a product, there's an alcohol or tobacco product, the only way to go through is with a valid license that they have to scan with the scan gun.
And now with the new upgrade, they have to scan, there's no way to bypass, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you have a store policy regarding alcohol implemented from 2018?
Yes, yeah, from 2018, we had a store policy written out, and every employee had to sign during the onboarding process, basically stating that, they will not sell and make sure they're carding.
And have you had them review and sign that since then?
Yes. I had employees re-sign them just to get it back in their head again if they had signed it in the past.
Your Honor, I'd like to enter just one of them as an example into evidence. I'll bring to counsel if I may.
Okay.
No objection, sir.
Who's this? Oh, this is an example one.
just an example.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay.
I can give you all of them.
Well, I think the one that would be the most pertinent would be the one that she signed.
Okay. Do we have that she signed? Pardon me, Your Honor.
That's her certificate, and
Does it have the policy behind it?
it should be. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Special Magistrate, no objection to the document.
She completed this after the, okay. Okay.
respondents 3. 5 pages, certificate of completion, learn to serve off-premises alcohol sellers, service Spanish certificate, without objection.
All right. Did you have the employees, are you having the employees retake and the 3-hour course, the Learn to Serve Florida Responsible Vendor Training?
Yes.
And are the cashiers wearing, are you re-implementing and affirming the lanyard policy for the cashiers to wear?
Yes, I like to have the lanyard so they can keep remembering to card.
And do you recall what that lanyard says?
Yes, something, we ID, please have ID ready for when, please have your ID ready to the customer side when you're purchasing alcohol or tobacco.
And who is Alexa Lee?
Alexa Lee was
Oh,
part
I'm
of
sorry.
the,
I'm sorry, sir? Oh, sorry, I thought somebody was, sorry, sorry, officer, I thought you were speaking.
Oh, no.
My apologies. I apologize for interrupting you. So, can you please say again who Alexa Lee?
Alexa Lee, we contacted her from the Palm Beach County Behavioral Health Coalition, and she can provide even extra onboarding training to help us combat this. And so I contacted her, I met up, and we were able to secure an in-person group training where she's selected to come on site to Triple M to kind of go over the consequences and how it affects the community of underage minors drinking alcohol and tobacco.
And did she provide more signs for you as well?
Yes, which was, yeah, she provided me more like window signs and countertop signs, which I already displayed throughout the store.
And when will you be having that training?
October 10th this year.
So since this incident, and even prior to this hearing, you have had you've implemented new point-of-sale technology, you've had your manager take the Florida managing course, you've had all your employees re-sign the store policy and take 3-hour courses, Learn to Serve, Florida Responsible Vendor Training, you've implemented lanyards, and you're working with the Palm Beach County Behavioral Health Coalition for further training and to further alleviate any future problems.
Yes.
Okay. While I'm here, I'd like to just, do you recognize, I'd like to bring another.
Special Magistrate, no objection to this document?
Excuse me, without objection, respondents 4, which appears to be photographs of signs on the counter regarding requirements for ID to purchase alcoholic beverages.
I just hand you that respondent's exhibit. Could you please take a look? There appear to be 2 signs in that. Is that correct?
Three
Oh,
signs.
3. Okay. And which ones are new from most recent?
The one we got from Alexa is the blue sign.
And the other,
which is on the customer side.
and the other signs were there from 2018?
The other signs, I put them back on there and I taped them on there because sometimes they were moving around. And then the white sign we change every year, one that says 2001.
Okay. And so there hasn't been any other violations from 2018, from when you made the changes up until this notice of violation. Is that correct?
Can you please say it again? Sorry.
And so finally, there have not been any other notice of violation from that time in 2018 up to this current notice of violation around 4.5 years later. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Francanero, do you have any questions for this witness?
I have very brief cross, Your Honor. Sir, thank you for your testimony. I have just a couple of questions for you. You mentioned that I believe that your father retired, and is that Saeed Mirzadeh?
No.
No. Who was he?
Mohammed.
Okay, so, and who was Saeed?
Saeed's my brother.
Okay, and is Saeed still involved in the operation?
Not, he's involved, but not as much as I am.
Okay, thank you. And with regard to the picture that we're seeing up on the screen right now, is that a picture of Hannah Escobar?
Yes,
And was she the clerk that sold the alcohol to the underage confidential informant?
yes.
And I just need a clarification. You talked about the lanyards. So would she have, was she supposed to be wearing a lanyard as of day one, even though her training wasn't yet completed?
No, 'cause we started the lanyard back again. We had him back in 2018, and we had felt that the training, like we were going, we passed in 2020, and we thought we had fixed this.
Okay, so the lanyard didn't come until after this particular alleged violation?
That objection, misstatement of testimony.
Okay, and I apologize, I don't mean to misstate that. In other words, was wearing lanyards by the clerks, was that something you were doing at the time of this alleged violation?
No.
As a program?
No.
So it came later?
Yes.
Came back later?
Came back, yeah.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city believes that it has shown that there is a violation. We would ask the Special Magistrate to enter a finding of a violation. The city does believe that this is a multiple offense. It is not the first offense, and the city would be asking for a $500 fine. And again, any potential discussion about the COU is a separate, subsequent potential action.
Your Honor, if we could, we would ask for, we would enter a plea of no contest and ask for a withholding of adjudication. This is, after 2018, they implemented implemented procedures which were successful, when there was a sting in 2020, and they've changed, and they've been working since then. They've been making good faith efforts to, to alleviate any, the issues. And withholding of adjudication would be in line with Florida law for like Pick and Save Incorporated versus Department of Business Regulation, Division of Alcohol, Beverages, and Tobacco, 601 Southern 2nd 245, where they say that the standard is the fact that the sales of prohibited beverages are made to minors, standing alone, not sufficient to subject seller to a penalty. Rather, it must be made to appear that the sale was made knowingly, willingly, or that it was made negligently without care to diligently attempt and prevent such sales. And a single sale, this was one sale, this wasn't a multiple operation, this is not continuing and reoccurring, this is sort of a single incident, despite the procedures that had been put in place. That's why we would request either a withholding of adjudication or that the clock be reset because it's a new managerial team with new primary responsibilities. And so we would either withholding of adjudication or like a first-time fine of the $250.
Tell me again, what was the name of that case you cited?
Oh, I have it here for you.
I don't need to see it, I just wanted the name.
Okay.
While he's doing that, can I see the order from the last 2018 case up on the screen again? I just need the name, that's all. Pick and Save, okay. Okay.
This case, sorry. The pin site for that quote is on 251.
All right, so the city has proper notice in this case. The respondent is present, represented by counsel. I appreciate that there's been a several-year period where there haven't been any issues. However, the last case, which actually I signed the last order, was same Triple M Petroleum. respondent, and at that point, they had had 5 prior violations. So while I appreciate the efforts that have been made, selling alcohol to minors, in my view, is a serious offense. I will impose the $500 fine, which, you know, quite frankly, I'd do more if I could, but I can't. So I will sign that order. Thank you.
Special Magistrate, may I ask, can you clarify that you're specifically making a finding and I'm not...
Finding a violation of City Code Section 6-12. It's at least the second, if not
Thank you, sir.
greater.
Okay.
Well, based on my previous order, it's the 6th violation because my previous order found that that was the 5th violation. So, and again, I appreciate the efforts that are made, but I do impose the $500 fine. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next case, number 116715 South Dixie Highway, mobile gas station, CE 220803558.
Ma'am, have you been sworn in? Have you been sworn in? You have?
No.
Let me go ahead and place you under oath, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury your testimony today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I say.
Thank you very much. I'm going to hear from the city's witness first, and then I'll come back and hear from you in just a few minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Officer, could you please state your name, title, and position?
Agent Lutier, West Palm Beach Police Special Investigations.
The case that we're here for right now, can you please let us know the address and the name of the company or establishment?
The address is 6715 South Dixie Highway.
Is this a mobile gas station?
It's listed here as a mobile gas station. Is it still a mobile, or is it something?
It's mobile gas station.
Okay, yeah, it's still a mobile.
It used to be a marathon, that's why.
Right.
Officer, what was the purpose of your action or activity that, at this establishment?
This was an operation designed to determine if point-of-sale vendors, store clerks, and/or any other employee located within the city of West Palm Beach were properly verifying age of alcoholic beverage buyers.
And what date and time did this activity take place?
This occurred on Friday, July 1st, 2022 at 2:24 in the afternoon.
And how did you accomplish the activity of this operation designed to check point-of-sale vendors?
We
with regard
conducted
to
an
undersale
undercover
of alcohol?
operation using confidential sources under the age of 21.
Excuse me for just a moment. Special Magistrate, could we just ask if conversations could be taken outside? It's a little distracting.
Yeah, if there's folks need to have conversations about your case, that's fine, but if you could take them out of the chambers, that'll help everyone hear what's going on up here.
Thank you. Officer, I apologize. How did you accomplish the activity? Could you please restate?
Yes, we conducted an undercover operation using confidential sources under the age of 21, sent them to the store in an attempt to make a purchase of alcohol.
And could you please describe what then occurred?
On this date, at this particular location, the confidential source walked into the store, retrieved a 6-pack of Corona from the cooler, proceeded to the checkout counter and placed the beer down. The clerk, excuse me, I think I have the wrong address.
Yep. It was Michelob on mine.
Huh?
I have Michelob on mine.
Yeah, I think I have the wrong address.
3515 South Dixie.
Well, right
You
now,
have the
we're
right-
calling 6715.
6715?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's a different one. You're at 3515, correct?
Yes.
And this is for 6715, right? It's a different. That's the one we're on, correct? But she's 3515.
Uh-huh.
Oh.
It's the wrong person.
Is anyone here for 6715 South Dixie? Also a mobile gas station.
Okay, Special Magistrate, ma'am, if you're not here for the address of 6715, your case will be called in a moment.
Okay.
Okay, and Special Magistrate, we'd like to continue forward.
Yes, please.
Okay. Officer, would you please continue?
Yes.
6715.
6715 South Dixie. As previously mentioned, the confidential source proceeded inside the store, went to the beverage cooler and selected a six-pack of Corona Light, proceeded to the checkout counter, placing down the beer. The clerk, described as a Hispanic male, wearing a red shirt and gray hat, sold the beer to the confidential source without verifying age with a photo ID. The confidential source paid for the beer with the $20 bill that was provided by our agents to her out of the West Palm Beach Police Expenditure Fund. The confidential source then came back to my vehicle, and we briefed on what occurred inside the store. We retrieved the change and the beer and proceeded inside of the store to make contact with said clerk. The clerk was given the beer back as well as the funds, the rest of the change, and we retrieved the $20 bill that was used to make the purchase and returned the beer to the clerk.
Thank you. Is it your testimony, is it your knowledge that, did the counter clerk take any other action of any kind to try to verify the age of this confidential informant?
No, ma'am.
Do you believe, based upon everything here today and your observations and your report, that a violation of Florida Statute 562.11 has occurred with regard to selling, giving, or serving alcoholic beverages to a person under 21 years of age?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you also believe, therefore, that a violation of City Code Section 6-12 has occurred as a result as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, hand delivery confirmation, the certified service confirmation, the affidavit of posting, the notice of violation, the incident report and supplementals, and the property appraiser printout as well. And this is the 5th offense, and the city would be requesting a finding of a violation and imposition of a fine of $500.
All right, thank you. I do find proper notice in this case, even though the respondent is not present. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I do find that there was a violation of City Code Section 6-12. I find that it is a repeat violation, and I will impose the one-time fine of $500.
Thank you.
Okay, now on to 3515 South Dixie Highway, CE 22080359, number 12.
Officer, would you please state your name, title, and position?
Agent Lutier, West Palm Beach Police Special Investigations.
What is the location address of this case currently?
3515 South Dixie Highway, West Palm Beach, Florida.
And is that with respect to a mobile gas station?
That's correct.
Okay. And what was the date and time of the activity that took place?
July 1st, 2022 at approximately 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
What was the purpose of your action or activity that day?
This operation was designed to determine if point-of-sale vendors, store clerks, and/or other employees located within the city of West Palm Beach were properly verifying age of alcoholic beverage buyers.
How did you accomplish this activity?
We conducted an undercover operation using confidential sources under the age of 21 who were sent inside of these stores to determine if a sale would in fact be made to the underage buyer.
Can you please describe what occurred?
At this particular location, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the confidential source entered the store, walked to the cooler section, and retrieved one 6-pack of Michelob Ultra. The confidential source proceeded to the checkout counter and placed the beer down. The clerk, described as a Hispanic female wearing a blue mobile shirt, sold the beer to the confidential source without verifying age with a photo ID. The confidential source paid for the beer with a $20 bill that was provided by our agents from the West Palm Beach Police Expenditure Fund. After retrieving the change, the source exited the store and walked directly to my vehicle. Upon entering my vehicle, the source handed me the beer gave me the change and provided a description of the clerk who sold the beer.
Thank you, officer. Is it your testimony that at any time did the counter clerk take any other action to try to confirm the age of the purchaser?
No, ma'am.
And based upon everything here today, do you believe that a violation of Florida statute 562.11, selling, giving, or serving alcoholic beverages to a person under 21 years of age has occurred?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you also believe that a violation has occurred of City Code Section 6-12?
Yes, ma'am.
Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, hand delivery confirmation, certified mailing receipt, notice of violation with the report, and supplemental reports, as well as the property appraiser listing. Special Magistrate, the city believes that this is a second offense, where the city is asking for a finding of a violation, as well as imposition of a fine of $500. And in a moment, I'll provide you with the date of the last offense.
All right, thank you. And in the meantime, the documents are part of the record, and let me hear from the respondent. Yes, ma'am, go ahead and tell me your name and address, and then you can tell me about the case.
All right, my name is Elijaldes Garcia Martinez, mobile gas station 3515 South Dixie Highway, West Palm Beach, Florida. And I don't even know how to respond to this.
I'm sorry?
I don't know. We were trained for it, and I did a mistake.
Okay. All right.
Special Magistrate, I apologize for the interruption. The prior finding was 2016.
16?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I wasn't there for that.
It's like, been a number of years. But it still is a second offense. So is there anything else, ma'am?
I committed a mistake. I was getting ready to go home. I mean, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. I normally check for ID and stuff. It's just, I was sidetracked that I didn't ID the girl. So, I mean.
Okay. Anything else from the city?
No, sir.
All right. City has proper notice in this case. Respondent is represented at today's hearing. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I do find that there was a violation of City Code Section 6-12. Find that it is a second offense. I will impose a one-time fine of $500. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Is that all your cases, officer?
I think that's it.
All right, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. You want to stick with the 11:30 agenda at this point?
We'd like to finish the main agenda.
Sorry?
We'd like to finish the main
Okay.
agenda, yes.
Do we need to take a 5-minute break before we proceed? Yes? Okay. We'll call it 11:39. Let's be back on the record at 11:45, and we'll take 5. Let's go back on the record. It's 11:46, and I think we're back on the 9 o'clock agenda.
Yes. We still have someone here for numbers, I believe, 24 through 29. First one is number 24, 2561 Village Boulevard, number 104, CE 22070032. Are these all the same to call them all together, or do you want to call them all separately?
These are
It's up
all
to you.
certificate of use rental license cases,
Yes, sir, and one owner.
every one of them?
One owner, too. They're all owned by the same person.
Yeah, they're all the same violation, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think will the testimony be the same for all of them?
Well, basically, yes, because the reason why it's before you this morning is because they all fail inspection.
Okay,
There is an active license in the system, it's just that they need to get, the inspection completed and pass the inspection.
okay. Will you be seeking the same remedy for all of the cases?
Yes, sir,
Okay.
30 days
Let's
or
go ahead and
200.
call them all, and then you can give testimony about all of them, and then we'll do it that way.
Number 25, 3525 Village Boulevard, 302 CE 22070034. Number 26, 3521 Village Boulevard, 406 CE 22070036. Number 27, 3511 Village Boulevard, 206 CE 22070039. Number 28, 3511 Village Boulevard, 303 CE 22070040. And number 29, 2701 Village Boulevard, 203 CE 22070056.
Good morning, Officer Levine, City of West Palm Beach Code. 2561 Village Boulevard, Unit 104 was cited for failure to obtain a rental license and certificate of use. Certified mail was signed for on 7/12/2022. There is an active application for a rental license in the system, but however, no inspection was completed on this unit. 3525 Village Boulevard, Unit 302 was also cited for failure to obtain a rental license and certificate of use. Certified mail was signed for on 7/12/2022. There is an active application on file for a rental license. However, this unit failed inspection on 8/27/2022 for missing screens and broken tiles in the bathroom. (3521) Village Boulevard, Unit 406 was also cited for failure to obtain a rental license and certificate of use. Certified mail was signed for on 7/15/2022. There is an active application on file for a rental license. However, this property too did fail inspection on 8/27/2022 for missing screens. 3511 Village Boulevard, Unit 206 was also cited for failure to obtain a rental license and certificate of use. Certified mail was signed for on 7/13/2022. There is an active application in the system for a rental license. This property failed inspection on 8/6/2022 and 8/27/2022 respectively, for no one answering the door for the inspection. 3511 Village Boulevard, Unit 303 was also cited for failure to obtain a rental license and certificate of use. Certified mail was signed for on 7/13/2022. There is an active application in the system for rental license. However, again, this property too failed inspection on 8/6/2022 and 8/27/2022. The living room window was screwed shut, the crank was broken, and the property management was hoping to get it done prior to the 8/27 re-inspection, but it wasn't done. 2701 Village Boulevard, Unit 203 was also cited for failure to obtain a rental license and certificate of use. Certified mail was signed for on 7/15/2022. There is an active application on file for a rental license, but there was no response at the door for inspection on 8/27/2022. The city is requesting 30 days to come into compliance with all these units, or $200 a day thereafter.
Thank you. Briefly, Officer Levine, with respect to each file, is there an executed affidavit of posting in each file?
There's no affidavit of posting, however, there's the signed certified mail in the file.
Was there any posting of the notices of violation?
No, it wasn't posted because the signed affidavit came back on 7/15, 7/13, 7/12 respectively.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence on each case a copy of the notice of violation, certified mailing document, copy of the active rental application testified to, and any photographs on each case.
Can I add something here? This is 6 of 17 units that were cited. 11 of the units went through inspection and passed. 11, and like I said, this is the only 6 that didn't pass the inspection.
So big picture, it's actually moving along, we just have these last few.
Absolutely.
Gotcha. All right, and those documents are made part of the record for each of these cases. Yes, sir, go ahead and tell me your name and address, and then you can tell me about where we are with these.
Sure. Good morning. Name is Camilo Rincon. My address is 310 Springfield Drive, West Palm Beach, 33415. I will be the property manager.
Thank you.
I work for the owner. Yes, we've been working on getting all items completed as per the first inspection. I think Mr. Kevin here is aware that we have been working. There is, however, one unit that we had some issues with the window. The owner's handyman was not able to repair this window. However, we already called it in with the window company who's going to be taking care of this. And that'll pretty much will close the pendings that we have on terms of the
Which
repairs.
unit is that?
Sorry, what?
Which one is that?
That'll be 3525, 302. Actually, sorry, my bad. 3511 Village Boulevard, 303. I have photos of the rest of the repairs that were completed, the window screens and
So,
the
let me
bathroom.
I have 3511, Unit 206, and Unit 303 on today's agenda. Which one? Which
303.
303 is the one where the window
Yes.
is shut,
Okay.
screwed shut.
Correct.
Gotcha. So on that one,
We're still waiting on the window company. It was already called in. The estimate was approved. They are working on it, and as soon as they get done, we will be submitting the photos to the city.
okay. Well, the city is recommending 30 days to complete all of this, so that shouldn't be a problem.
It should be, yes.
Special Magistrate, may I inquire quickly?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, how long have you approximately been the property manager, and is that on behalf of Gilbane Real Estate LLC?
He's been our client for the last 2 years.
Okay, and it is for Gilbane Real Estate?
Correct.
And those are the owners with respect to these cases here today?
Correct, yes.
And do you have the authorization from the owner as the property manager to attend the hearings today and to make agreements on behalf of them?
Not on a paper certificate or anything. However, I did meet with Mr. Kevin a couple times on site. We did a walkthrough together.
And does the owner, Gilbane Real Estate, do they know that you're here today on behalf of them?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Special Magistrate.
Anything else you'd like to tell me, sir?
No, that's it.
All right. Anything else from the city?
No, sir.
Okay, so then for each of these cases, with the signed certified mail, the city has proper notice. Based on the testimony, I'll also find that the respondent is property manager is representing the respondent at today's hearing. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find the properties remain in violation as cited. I will accept the city's recommendation, allow 30 additional days to cure the outstanding violations. After that, daily fines of $200 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved. So make sure you get those wrapped up in the next 30 days. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, number 3624 Upland Road, CE 22060144.
What was the agenda item?
Number 3.
3. Got it.
Don Williams, Code Enforcement. 624 Upland Road was cited on June 13th of 22. Certified mail received and signed for July 29th of 22. The property was also posted in City Hall August 24th of 22. The violations are 18106 L, which is landscape requirements, 94302A-4, which is fence and maintenance. Contact has been made with the owner of the property, and we agreed 30 days would be enough for additional time to comply with the violations, or $50 a day after that.
Or what was the daily fine you're recommending?
30 days, $50.
50, thank
Yes.
you.
Thank you. Officer Williams, does your file reflect an executed affidavit of posting?
Yes.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes.
And during your testimony, we've been reviewing some photographs. Do those photographs truthfully and accurately represent your observations of the alleged violations on the property?
Yes.
Can you please tell us a little bit more about what your observations were?
Okay, should have some photos of the fence leaning onto the sidewalk, wooden fence, and also the main property landscaping needs sod.
Okay. And did I see also up there that there was a courtesy written warning sent to them previously?
Yes.
Okay. And were there any other written communications in the file?
No.
Okay. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, and the courtesy notice.
All right, those documents are made part of the record. Do we have anybody here on behalf of the respondent? The city has proper notice with the certified mail and the posting, even though the respondent has not appeared. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I do find the property remains in violation as cited. I'll accept the city's recommendation, allow 30 additional days for compliance. After that, daily fines of $50 per day are assessed until compliance is achieved.
Thank you.
Number 4, 2701 Lake Avenue, CE 22070097.
Good morning, Sonia Ben, City of West Palm Beach, Code Enforcement. This property was cited on July 12. Notice of violation was posted at City Hall and property on July 13. Certified mail was sent on July 13. The property was cited for delinquent business tax, code 2232A and 82144. I attempted to make contact with the property owner and left a voice message advising the delinquent amount. As of today, codes 2238 and 82144 are still out of compliance. The city is requesting a one-time fee of $250 for code 82144, an additional 30 days or $100 per day for code 2232A until compliance is achieved.
Thank you. Officer Binns, do you have an executed affidavit of posting in the file?
Correct.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Correct.
And we've seen a printout of a sheet of the delinquent business tax. Is that for Marathon Food Mart?
Yes.
And that's the subject of today's case?
Yes.
And is it delinquent because the prior business tax receipt expired 9/30 of 2021?
Correct.
And can you tell us that you've confirmed that this business is still an ongoing open business?
Correct.
Okay. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, the printout of the delinquency.
Those documents are made part of the record. Is there anybody here on behalf of the respondent? The city has proper notice with the certified mail, even though the respondent is not present. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find the property remains in violation as cited. For the violation of City Code 82144, I'll impose a one-time fine of $250. For the violation of City Code 2232A, I'll allow 30 days for compliance. After that, daily fines of $100 per day are assessed until compliance is achieved.
Thank you.
Number 5 is rescheduled, 3636 Whitehall Drive, 306, CE 22040117. Number 6 is rescheduled, 2746 Lake Avenue, CE 22060054. Number 7, 513 58th Street, CE 22060351.
City of West Beach Code Compliance, Robert Watkins. This property was cited on June the 29th. Certified mail was sent June 29th. Certified mail was received July 2nd. City Hall was posted June 29th. This property was cited for restrictions, use of land, and outdoor storage. As of yesterday, there was nothing in compliance, no permit in the system in reference to changing the garage into a living area. The city is requesting additional 40 days and or $150 per day after.
Thank you, Officer Watkins. Does your file reflect an executed affidavit of posting?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that affidavit of posting reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by first-class regular mail?
Yes.
Was the notice of violation also posted at the property?
Yes, it was.
We saw a printout or a copy of a sheet while you were testifying that appeared to be like an old, the old cards that they have to show
Yes, the green
the
card.
use of the property.
That showed it was once in a garage. It was never, no paperwork was put in for it to be converted into a living area.
Okay, and could you just describe for us very briefly what change you see or observed?
Blinds, air condition, there is a tenant there, they're living there. To my knowledge, there's a refrigerator. Pretty much everything you'll need to live there. There are no vehicles being parked there. They have mail, they have mailbox, garbage can labeled efficiency 513. They have everything for it.
And what outdoor storage are you seeing?
Yeah, see all the shelving, and there's plenty of it in the other images. Yeah, out front, batteries and things of that nature.
Okay, and you're referring to photographs that we're reviewing during your testimony. Do those photographs truthfully and accurately depict the alleged observations that you're seeing on the property?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, and the city's, I'm sorry, Officer Watkins, did we call it a green card?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Those documents are all part of the record. City has proper notice with the certified mail, even though the respondent is not present. I find the property remains in violation as cited. A question for the violation of 94-6, what's required to comply that? The tenants need to move out?
Yeah.
Is that pretty much it?
Have the property vacant, that area. Have everything for living quarters taken out, whether it's a stove, bathroom, refrigerator, that stuff, or go through the proper channels of pulling the permit and getting it changed into a living area.
Okay, so, and the reason I asked the question is if permits are required, is because is 40 days enough time to?
Well, to me, it was enough time from when I cited them, and no one has ever reached out. Okay. So to me, it's like to give them 120 days and still have no one reach out to you. It's just like it's just sitting there, and it's going to be the same outcome, to my knowledge, if they haven't called or returned any mail or anything. And I've even went back again and left my card in the door, and no one seems to communicate on it.
Okay. Fair enough. I will accept the city's recommendation in this case, allow 40 days for compliance. After that, daily fines of $100 per day until compliance is achieved.
I'm sorry, Special Magistrate, was it 100 or 150?
It was 150.
150, I'll accept that recommendation. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you correctly.
Number 8, 742 53rd Street, CE 22070231.
Full compliance, Officer Robert Watkins. This property was cited on July the 20th. Certified mail was sent July 21st. Certified mail was returned on August the 11th. City Hall was posted on June 29th. This property was cited for a secure vacant property, repeat violation, excessive growth, clean and sanitary, and a boarding certificate for boarding the windows. All violations are still outstanding at this time. I haven't spoke with anyone. There was a property manager that I used to have correspondence with, but I haven't received any more calls or email responses since I've cited this property again. The repeat violation on this is for CE 201-20175. It was trash and debris. It was cited on December the 14th, 2020. It came into compliance on March the 5th, 2021. And for this case, the repeat violation will start on July the 20th. And for the repeat violation, the city is requesting $50 per day. And I also want to request, after 6 days, that I can have this property abated. It is a health safety violation. There's rodents, there's feces at one time that they were putting in buckets outside at this property. So my recommendation would be 6 days on the excessive growth clean and sanitary for the city to abate and come in and cut it, and 10 days for the city to board this property.
Thank you, Officer Watkins. Does your file reflect an executed affidavit of posting?
Yes.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes.
Was the notice of violation also posted at the property?
Yes, it was.
With respect to this case, can you tell us a little bit more about what you observed with respect to the excessive growth and anything else? I know you talked about the rodents and what you're finding. Can you just
Well, when she pulls up the pictures, the grass is knee-high everywhere. It's rummaging all into the adjacent properties on both sides. There's trash, there's broken windows, there's buckets, there's pretty much everything you could think of outside around this property. And it's an eyesore for the other properties in the community to walk out and you see that right there on the corner.
And I apologize, are there open areas that needed to be bored?
There's a few pictures on the back. It seems like the old property manager boarded it, but never requested or applied for a certificate to board it. But now they've broken in the rear. The door's open, the window's broken. Every once in a while you see a bicycle back there or a vehicle, so someone's actually going into the back. See, there's the window and a few other pictures. You'll see the door is wide open.
So is it your testimony that also the lack of boarding on those particular parts are an attractive nuisance to potential
Yes, it
squatters
is.
or vacants, and thus can present a health, safety, or welfare issue in that respect as well?
Yes.
Okay. And with respect to the underlying case, just to clarify the record, the underlying case was for trash and debris, and that's the part that you're asking for the repeat violation?
Yes, the repeat was for the trash and debris.
Okay. And the underlying case, 2012-0175, you said it complied on 3/5/2021. Do you know if that was just a finding of fact or an affidavit of
No, it was
compliance?
the affidavit of compliance. It was after the fact.
Okay. And the photographs that we've been reviewing, do those truthfully and accurately represent the alleged observations that you've seen on the property?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, the underlying notice of violation, order, and affidavit of compliance.
All right, those documents are made part of the record. Respondent is not present, however, with the posting following the return certified mail. The city has proper notice in this case. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find the property remains in violation as cited. It's 18106A is the repeat code section. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
correct? I'll find based on the testimony and the evidence that the violation of City Code 18106A is a repeat violation based on the 20120175 case number. Tell me again the day that violation, it was July, what day did you observe
That
it?
violation, July the 20th.
July 20th?
Yes, sir.
All right. So for 18106A, daily fines of $50 per day are assessed beginning July 20th of 2022 and continuing until compliance is achieved. For 18106B, I'll allow 60 days for compliance. After that, daily fines of $50 per day are assessed until compliance is achieved. after 60 days, I do find, based on the testimony, that that violation is a health, safety, welfare violation. After 60 days, the city is authorized to enter the property, abate the violation, and assess the costs. For 18214B and 18265, I'll allow 10 days to comply. After that, daily fines of $50 per day are assessed until compliance is achieved. And again, after the 10 days, the city is also authorized to enter the property, abate that health, safety, welfare violation, and assess the costs.
I have a question. On the overgrowth, it was 6 days. I heard you say 60?
I thought you said 60.
No, it was 6 days.
Okay, corrected to 6.
Yep.
Thank you. My hearing aids aren't working very well today, are they? Okay, got it.
All right, thank you.
Number 9, 1300 North Tamron Avenue, CE 22070082.
Good afternoon, Officer Underwood, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. 1300 North Tamron was cited July 11th, 2022. Service was accomplished July 27th. Certified mail was signed July 29th. City Hall and property was posted July 27th. Their violations are landscape maintenance and clean and sanitary. I have been in contact with the owner, and we are working together. He has cleaned up the clean and sanitary portion of it. The trash and debris has all been cleaned up. We are working on the landscape maintenance right now. He is 90% complete with all of it, so the city's asking for another 30 days or $100 per day after that.
Thank you. Officer Underwood, does your file reflect an executed affidavit of posting?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that affidavit also reflect that the notice of violation was sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, it does.
We're reviewing photographs during your testimony. Do those photographs truthfully and accurately represent the alleged observations you've seen on the property?
Yes, they do.
Could you please testify very briefly about what you believe supports the alleged violation for landscape maintenance?
The main issue for this was the alleyway in the backside, if you keep going. The overgrowth was making it difficult for our commercial trucks to come in and get the dumpster. Keep going, keep going, keep going. And he has since gone in, it should be under the non-complied folder. He has since gone in and cleaned all the bushes up and stuff, making it easier for our vehicles to come in and out. He has changed all the, right there. He has cut all those bushes down on the left-hand side and cleaned up all the trash and debris where the dumpster is on the left-hand side. And in that area right there is all mulch, and the only thing he has left is a couple of shrubs and bushes to plant and sod along that corner right there to complete the landscaping.
Thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
Thank you. Those documents are made part of the record. The respondent is not present, but with the signed certified mail, the city has proper notice. It sounds like they're close, but both violations are still pending. Is that correct?
Just the landscape is all it is.
Oh, the
clean and sanitary, the trash and
sanitary,
debris has
they-
all been cleaned up.
Okay.
He said he was gonna power wash the building, which is fine.
All right.
But yeah, just the ones left.
So we'll find that the respondent has complied with City Code 18106A, but that the violation of 18106K regarding landscape maintenance remains in violation. I'll allow the additional 30 days to comply. After that, daily fines of $100 per day are assessed until compliance is achieved.
Thank you.
Number 10, 1330 North Mangonia Drive, CE 22070216.
Officer Underwood, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. 1330 North Mangolia was cited on July 19th. Service was certified mail was sent July 20th. It was signed for and returned on the 29th. And the property and City Hall was posted on July 20th. It was cited for clean and sanitary conditions, excessive growth, construction site maintenance. I have not had any contact with the property owner, and we would like an additional 15 days or $100 per day to come into compliance.
Thank you. Officer Underwood, is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, there is.
And does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
That's correct.
And the photographs that we've been reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately represent the alleged violations you've seen on the property?
Yes, they do.
Could you please describe in a little bit more detail what you've observed on the property that you believe is an alleged violation?
So this is a construction site that's been prolonged, and he's doing it on his time off, I'm assuming. It has been stagnant for months. The truck and trailer have not moved. As you can see, the grass around it. The porta potty is attracting nuisance people coming there. It is unattended, not serviced. There's a pile of blocks and bricks and stuff just between the road and the building that is just accumulating vermin, and it's just nuisance trouble. Nothing's fenced off. Anybody can walk in there and get hurt, impaled by a piece of rebar or something. And like I said, I've had no contact with the owner, and nothing's been happening. So that's why I'm asking for 15 days, or excuse me, the city is asking for 15 days or 100 per day.
And we were seeing in some of the photographs, I didn't quite hear it, I apologize, there's some overgrowth as well
Correct,
going
yes.
on as well, we saw. Thank
As you
you.
can see around the trailers and around the junk pile, there are pile of blocks out front. All that needs to be trimmed down. The pile of garbage behind the trailer, all that stuff hasn't moved in months.
Thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
All right, those documents are made part of the record. With the posting following the certified mail, the city has proper notice, even though the respondent is not present. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I do find the property remains in violation as cited. I will allow 15 additional days to comply. After that, daily fines of $100 per day are assessed until compliance is achieved.
Thank you.
Number 11, 729 Park Place, CE 22080288. Oh. Number 11, 729 Park Place. Yeah. Okay. Number 13, 830 Winter Street, CE 22070289.
Good afternoon. Joseph Oliva, Code Enforcement Officer for the City of West Palm Beach. This property was cited on 7/26/2022. Service was accomplished by certified mail sent on 7/27/2022. Certified mail was signed for on 7/29/2022. In addition, both the property and City Hall were posted on 7/26/2022. There is an affidavit of posting in the file, and regular mail was also sent out on 7/29/2022. I have not been in contact with the owner of the property. The property was cited for 18-106-A, trash and debris, 18-106K, landscape maintenance, 18-265-B, boards on windows, 34-102-A, inoperable vehicles, 94-482-A, unpaved parking, 94-487-A-8, commercial vehicle, 94-487-B-1, prohibited vehicles, and 94-71-C, outdoor storage. As of this morning, the property has come into compliance with most of the violations. The only two violations that are still pending are 94-71-C, outdoor storage, and 18-106-K, landscape maintenance. The city is asking for an additional 30 days for them to come into compliance. If they do not come into compliance, then the city's asking for $100 a day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you. Officer Oliva, with respect to the photographs that we've been reviewing during your testimony, do they truthfully and accurately represent the alleged violations you've observed on the property?
Yes, ma'am.
And could you tell us in a little bit more detail what you observed in relation to the landscape maintenance and the outdoor storage that are still pending?
Yes, they did a lot of work on the property. If you look at some of the pictures I just took, but the thing is they also put mulch in the swale, which it's not allowed. So I have to mention it to them about that. But that's the some of the outdoor storage is right there, right behind that little white, yeah. And the landscape maintenance.
So you're seeing like a motorcycle, a barrier?
Well, there's some other stuff. I think I took another picture. You'll see buckets and stuff like that.
Okay.
See it right there?
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm seeing buckets.
Yes.
Exactly. Gas cans,
Yep.
totes. Anything else, sir?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
And those documents are made part of the record. With the signed certified mail, the city has proper notice, even though the respondent is not present. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find the property has complied with the violations cited in the notice, with the exception of City Code 18106K regarding landscape maintenance and 9471C regarding outdoor storage. I'll accept the city's recommendation, allow 30 additional days for compliance. After that, daily fines of $100 per day are assessed until compliance is achieved.
Thank you.
Number 14427 Nathan Hale Road, CE 22080093.
Joseph Oliva, Code Enforcement Officer for the City of West Palm Beach. This property was cited on 8/4/2022. Service was accomplished by certified mail and regular mail sent on 8/5/2022. Certified mail was signed for on 8/17/2022. In addition, both the property and City Hall were posted on 8/5/2022. There is an affidavit of posting in the file. I have not been in contact with the owner of the property. The property was cited for 18-106-A, trash and debris, 18-106B, excessive overgrowth, 18-106K, landscape maintenance, 18-215-B, failure to comply, and 78-94-C, the swell in the parkway. As of this morning, the property has come into compliance. Therefore, the city is asking for a finding of fact. They did not come into compliance by the comply by date, which was 8/15/2022. Let it be noted, too, that the property was also cited two other times, CE 211-00384 and CE 220-40019 for the same violations.
Thank you. Officer Oliva, with respect to the photographs that we've been reviewing during your testimony, do those photographs truthfully and accurately represent your alleged your observations of the alleged violations on the property?
Yes, ma'am.
And with respect to the two other cases that you cited, were those cases, do they have fines running for any outstanding violations from those cases?
No, ma'am, because they complied by the comply by date on both those cases.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, as well as the underlying two cases, the notices of violation, and orders on those cases as well.
All right, the records are made part, or the documents are made part of the record. I'm not clear. The two other cases,
Yes.
did those actually go to hearing, or did I understand that you said they complied within the time?
They complied before the comply by date.
So there were notices of violation, but they did not have to go to hearing?
Yes.
That's what I thought.
My
Okay.
apologies, I apologize.
All right. City has proper notice in this case, even though the respondent did not appear. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find that the property was in violation as cited, came into compliance, but the compliance occurred after the August 15th deadline in the notice of violation, and therefore the finding of fact is issued for this case.
Thank you.
Number 15621 Hunter Street, CE 22080212.
Joseph Oliva, Code Enforcement Officer for the City of West Palm Beach. This property was cited on 8/10/2022. Service was accomplished by certified mail and regular mail sent on 8/11/2022. Certified mail was returned on 8/22/2022. In addition, both the property and City Hall were posted on 8/11/2022. There is an affidavit of posting in the file. I have not been in contact with the owner of the property. The property was cited for 18-106-A trash and debris. As of this morning, the property has not come into compliance. Therefore, the city is asking for an additional 5 days for them to come into compliance. If they do not come into compliance, then the city is asking for $100 a day until compliance is achieved. And again, this property has been cited 2 other times, CE 2204055 and CE 22040101 for the same violation.
Thank you. Officer Oliva, with respect to the photographs that we've been reviewing, do those accurately and truthfully represent the alleged violations that you've seen on the property?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you just describe what we're looking at in the photographs?
The trash and debris with the boxes on the, and the other trash that's on the side of the house there.
Thank you. And the underlying cases that you talked about, since I kind of messed that up on the last case, those underlying cases on this particular property, did they go to hearing or they were complied?
They complied by the comply by date.
Okay. Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, and the underlying notices of violation as testified to.
All right, those documents are part of the record. With the posting following the return of certified mail, the city has proper notice, even though the respondent is not present. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I do find the property remains in violation as cited. I will allow 5 additional days for compliance. After that, daily fines of $100 per day are assessed until compliance is achieved.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Number 16, 1007 Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard, CE 22070092.
Officer Underwood, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. Property 1007 Palm Beach Lakes was cited on July 12th, 2022. Service was accomplished by certified mail July 13th. It was signed and returned for on July 15th, and property and City Hall were posted on July 13th. It was cited for landscape maintenance, clean and sanitary, graffiti, fence or wall maintenance, outside storage. I have not been in contact with the property the property owner, and since then they have cleaned up some things. Some things are still outstanding. The graffiti has been removed and painted over. They have started working on the wall that's broken on the one side, and they have removed the storage container that is the big container right there. That has been removed. But as of today, they're not in 100% compliance, so we're asking for another 30 days or $100 per day after that.
Thank you, Officer Underwood. I think I missed a little bit of your testimony. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in the file?
Yes, ma'am.
And does it reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes.
Photographs that we've been reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately represent the alleged violations that you observed on the property?
Yes, they do.
I know you said that the graffiti has been removed, and you talked about something in outdoor storage, but can you go through each one and tell us what
So
you're
the
seeing?
graffiti they have painted over the graffiti, so they painted the whole wall. So that whole wall, from where it's broke down on the right-hand side, all the way to the other side has been painted white, with the exception of a blank spot as of right now where that container is still bare. So they're working on that to come into compliance.
So is that code section complied, the graffiti?
Correct, yes, the graffiti is complied, correct. So is the outdoor storage, which is that unpermitted container right there. That has been removed, so that will be complied on here also. We are still working on the landscape maintenance, which is the overgrown trees, bushes, and and obviously the garbage and debris on the property.
And so removal of the graffiti, does that also resolve the fence wall maintenance of 94-30284?
I would say no, because the end of the wall maintenance I'm not sure. Sure. The end of the wall has broken pieces of block and rebar sticking out of it. See right there? They need to, yeah, and they need to finish the painting where the container was.
Okay, and what about the parking?
I don't have anything for outdoor parking.
94482A?
There's still, there is still vehicles parked in the swales.
Okay, and can you just briefly describe, oh, there it is, right there, right? You're seeing multiple vehicles?
Correct, coming and
parked.
going.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
Excuse me, those documents are part of the record. The city has proper notice with the posting and the certified mail, even though the respondent is not present. So let me just ask, 94482A is still in violation, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Well, that's what I thought I got from the testimony. I will find, based on the testimony, that 18106J regarding graffiti and 9471C regarding the outdoor storage have complied. All other code sections remain in violation. I will accept the city's recommendation, allow 30 additional days to cure the outstanding violations. After that, daily fines of $100 per day are assessed until compliance is achieved.
Thank you.
Number 17, 1013, Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard, CE 22070104.
Officer Underwood, City of West Palm Beach, Code Enforcement. 1013 Palm Beach Lakes was cited on July 12th. Service was accomplished July 13th. Certified mail was returned July 20th, and both property and City Hall were posted on July 14th. The property was cited for swale parking, clean and sanitary, parking requirements, and excessive growth. Excuse me, unpaid parking and excessive growth. I have not been in contact with the property owner, and we're asking 20 days for them to come into compliance, so $100 per day after that.
I'm sorry, how much per day?
20.
20 days and $20?
No, excuse me, 20 days or $100 per day.
Okay. I'm so sorry.
Is that better?
It was a little hard to hear you.
All right.
Thank you. Officer Underwood, does your file reflect an executed affidavit of posting?
Yes.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Correct, yes.
The photographs that we've been reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately represent the alleged violations you've observed on the property?
That's correct.
Could you just briefly describe the alleged violations that you've seen?
The trash and debris on the property, there's quite a bit of it. Excessive growth, as you can see, the trees are well overgrown. On the sidewalk right there, you can't even walk down the sidewalk without having to duck down. Parking, unpaid parking, they got vehicles there all the time, they don't ever move. And right there, the garbage and debris is a nuisance.
Great, thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
Thank you. Those documents are part of the record. City has proper notice, even though the respondent has not appeared at today's hearing. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find the property remains in violation as cited. I'll allow 20 additional days for compliance. After that, daily fines of $100 per day are assessed until compliance is achieved.
Thank you.
Number 18, 509 19th Street, CE 22070153.
Officer Underwood, City of West Palm Beach, Code Enforcement. Property 509 19th Street was cited on July 14th. Certified mail was sent out July 15th. It was returned July 27th, and City Hall and the property were posted on July 14th. This was cited for roof repair, wall foundation, failure to comply, boarding certificate, and fence and wall maintenance. I have not had any contact with the owner at all, and we are requesting the City of West Palm Beach is requesting 60 days or $100 per day thereafter.
60?
60,
Thank you.
60.
Thank you. Officer Underwood, does your file reflect an executed affidavit of posting?
Yes, it does.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, it does.
The photographs that we've been reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately represent the alleged violations that you've observed on the property?
Yes, they do.
Could you just briefly testify as to what you observed?
The property is in derelict. The building's falling apart, the roof's in rough shape, the walls are holes in them that's boarded up without a proper certificate. The maintenance on the place has just been gone, and it's attractive nuisance for unwanted stuff, unwanted things.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
Thank you. Those documents are part of the record with certified mail and the posting. The city has proper notice, even though the respondent is not present. Based on the evidence and the testimony, I find the property remains in violation as cited. I'll allow 60 additional days to comply. After that, daily fines of $60. I'll allow 60 days to
$100 a day.
comply. After that, daily fines of $100 per day are assessed until compliance is achieved.
Thank you.
Number 19, 400 South Rosemary Avenue, 1, CE 22060251.
Michael Williams, Code Enforcement Officer, City of West Palm Beach. Property 400 South Rosemary was initially cited on 6/21/22. The certified mail was sent on 6/29/22. We do have a signed certified mail receipt on file. The property, as well as City Hall, was posted on 6/30/22. In addition to that, the property manager on location was emailed copies of the violations for the next the next 4 cases, rather, with regard to this property, as it is a residential complex for rentals. That said, the property manager on location was emailed copies of the notices on 6/23/22. Miss Julie Lashley, who is the property manager for this particular complex for the related group. We subsequently spoke with regard to the notices, and so she was briefed on all of the violations that exist at the property, and we did discuss those violations at length. In addition to that, the vice president / district manager for the related companies was also in receipt of the notices. He and I did correspond via email on July 22nd, 2022. He was aware of the notices, and he further stated that he has a contractor who will begin work by the end of August 2022 and would be finished within 60 days from the end of August 2022. This particular property, 400 South Rosemary, was cited for multiple violations, rather, 18103B, 18103F, 18103I, 18106G, 18106K, 94-302-A-4, 94485-B-1-E. As of last evening, the only sections that had complied were 18103I. The awnings had been replaced. There were some awnings that were in disrepair. Those awnings were replaced. There was a fountain that's located in the courtyard. That fountain had been cleaned, and the roofs on this particular entire structure had been pressure washed and cleaned. And with regard to this particular structure, 400 South Rosemary, there are 17 rental units for this particular structure. All that said, the city is requesting an additional 75 days in order to comply, or a fine of $150 per day be imposed.
Thank you. Officer Williams, does your file reflect an executed affidavit of posting?
Yes, it does.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular mail?
Yes, it does.
In addition to emails with the property manager, are there emails that you have with the, I think you said the district manager? Were there any emails or just phone conversations?
Emails.
Okay, very good. Thank you. The photographs that we've been reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately represent the alleged violations you've observed on the property?
Yes, they do.
Let's go down your list. With respect to 18103B, does any bit of that remain outstanding? And if so, what is it that you observed?
Actually, there's cracks in walls, and also there's some decorative columns and pillars in the breezeways that are cracked. In fact, probably most of those have cracks.
Okay. And 18103F, is that still outstanding? And if so, what did you observe?
With regard to the stairways, more specifically, some of the stairways have these metal bandings around them, and a lot of those bands have disintegrated, due to weather, and a lot of those present with, sharp metal and so forth, which present as a health and safety issue.
Okay. With respect to 18103I, does any bit of that
That is
still
not
outstanding, or that's all
yes,
resolved?
I'm sorry. Let's see. There is an exhaust fan from the laundry room. There's a neighborhood laundry room. They're on site. There it's displayed there. There is a cover missing for that.
Okay, but the awnings were taken care of and the
Yes.
fountain was taken care of. What about the roof requiring pressure washing?
The roof has been pressure washed.
Okay, so basically just the exhaust fan for 18103I.
That is correct.
And for 18106G, is that still outstanding? And if so, just
There
briefly
are
testify.
multiple areas that still require, maybe they could get away with some pressure cleaning. If not, they could try pressure cleaning. And if those areas don't come clean, then it would require painting.
Thank you. For 18106K, is that still outstanding? And if so, what did you observe?
There's a huge tree stump that's been there for a long period of time.
Okay, thank you. And with 94302A4, is that still outstanding? And if so, what did you observe?
It's still outstanding. Each unit has their own patio area, private patio area, and there are multiple areas where the fencing is in gross disrepair and rotted, and would require replacement.
Thank you. 94485B1E, is that still outstanding? And if so, what did you observe?
It is still outstanding. The entire parking lot requires coating and striping.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, and all emails.
Okay, those documents are made part of the record with the signed certified mail and the posting. The city has proper notice, even though the respondent is not present. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I find the property remains in violation as cited, although for 18103I, there has been some compliance, but the exterior exhaust fan remains in violation under that subsection. I will accept the city's recommendation, allow 75 days to cure the outstanding violations that remain. After that, daily fines of $150 per day are assessed until compliance is achieved.
Number 2430 South Rosemary Avenue 1, CE 22060347.
Michael Williams, Code Enforcement Officer, City of West Palm Beach. Property 430 South Rosemary was initially cited on 6/28/22. Certified mail was sent on 7/1/22, excuse me. Certified mail was returned. The property, as well as City Hall, was posted on 6/30/22. Once again, the property manager on location, Ms. Julie Lashley, was emailed copies of the notice with regard to the violations at the property. In addition to that, the vice president / district manager for the related group as well was notified of the violations. And again, he responded by indicating that it would be cured. The work would begin the end of August 2022, and they would need 60 additional days in order to comply. Property was cited for 18103B, 18103I, 18106A, 18106G, 18106K, 94-302-A-4, 94-45-B-1-E, and 94-71-C. As of last evening, the only section where compliance was achieved was 18103I. Within that particular subsection, the fountain in the courtyard was noted clean, and also number 2, the roof was pressure washed and clean. Beyond that, all other sections still remain in violation, and the city is requesting the same amount of time, 75 days, in order to comply, or a fine of $150 per day be imposed.
Thank you. Officer Williams, does your file reflect an executed affidavit of posting?
Yes, it does.
Does that affidavit also reflect that the notice of violation was sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, it does.
The photographs that we've been reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately represent the alleged violations you've observed on the property?
Yes.
With respect to 18103B, could you please tell us what you've observed?
Again, there was some cracks in the walls, some damaged stucco around some of the windows. Also, there was some rotted wood around some of the fascia areas. Let's see,
And if you want to just tell us, what you've seen overall that supports the alleged violations.
All right. That picture shows some of the cracked stucco around some of the windows.
Okay.
Some of the fencing in disrepair.
So you're referring to a wooden fence?
Right, wooden fencing in disrepair.
Were you seeing trash and debris on the property?
I believe there was some trash and debris. Yes.
And there was overgrowth or vegetation growing onto the structure?
Well, some of the landscaping, there's areas like that particular area, and like those areas where the landscaping, where there's trash and debris, the landscaping's dead and or missing.
Okay. And did you see painting required or?
Yes, that's one photo that shows that there are multiple areas that require painting.
Okay. And what is it that you saw about the parking area?
The parking lot still requires striping and coating.
And were you seeing outdoor storage and?
There was some outdoor storage as well.
Okay. And was that throughout the entire area? Or?
No, it wasn't throughout the entire area.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, and emails.
Those documents are part of the record in this case. With the posting following the returned certified mail, the city has proper notice even though the respondent is not present. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find the property remains in violation as cited, but has complied with 18103I. Both, you said both items were complied, is that correct?
18103I, yes, the courtyard fountain was corrected, and also the roofs were pressure washed and cleaned.
Okay. I will, for the remaining violations, allow 75 additional days to comply. After that, daily fines of $150 per day are assessed until compliance is achieved.
Number 21, 440 South Rosemary Avenue 1, CE 22060381.
Michael Williams, Code Enforcement Officer, City of West Palm Beach, property 440 South Rosemary, was initially cited on 6/30/22. Certified mail was sent on 7/1/22. Certified mail was returned. The property as well as City Hall was posted on 6/30/22. Property manager on location, Julie Lashley, was emailed the notices of violation. Also, vice president and / district manager for the related group was also notified of the violations. Again, he indicated they needed until the end of August to begin the work and needed 60 days in total in order to bring the property into compliance. Property was cited for 18103B, 18103I, 18106A, 18106G, and 18106K, 94-302-A-4, and 94-485-B-1-E. Upon my inspection on last evening, all violations still remain. With regard to this property, there are 30 units under this particular structure, 30 rental units. And again, upon my inspection on last evening, none of the violations have been cured. Once again, the city is requesting 75 additional days in order to comply, or a fine of $150 per day be imposed.
Thank you. Officer Williams, do you have an executed affidavit of posting in the file?
Yes.
Does the affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, it does.
The photographs that we've been reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately represent the alleged violations you've observed on the property?
Yes, they do.
Specifically, you're saying that everything is still outstanding. Can you just briefly tell us what you're seeing?
Okay. With regard to 18103B, multiple columns and pillars in the breezeways with cracks, some exposed metal. 18103I, there is a what's left of a metal piece of signage that was placed in the ground. There's some, I guess, about maybe 5 or 6 inches of metal still protruding from the ground, which presents a serious safety health issue. City is requesting that that be removed immediately. 18106A, there's trash and debris more or less throughout the property. Structures are going to require some painting. They very well could get away with some pressure washing, but there's a lot of areas that still require some painting. Multiple areas where the landscaping has not been maintained and needs to be replaced. Multiple patio area fencing in disrepair, rotted wood. And with regard to 94485B-1-E, entire parking lot requires coating and striping. As many of those, the entire parking lot, all of the striping is pretty much disappeared.
Thank you. Officer Williams, with respect to 18103I with the metal post that's still sticking out of the ground, when you asked for immediate removal, are you specifically indicating that you want that within 10 days, or do you want it abated? What are you requesting?
Let's say 10 days, and if it's not removed within 10 days, then the city's requesting permission to abate that.
With respect to abatement, do you believe that the existence of the post in the condition that it is, low to the ground, it's an attractive nuisance, and children or other invitees or guests could end up tripping over it, being injured?
Yeah, they really present as a gross safety issue. I mean, if any person hit their head on those, someone could be literally killed, or some serious damage could be, done to somebody's foot, or, any part of the body if someone's pushed over that, or, it's pretty gross, violation.
Thank you. Per the pictures, it looked like it might have been 2 posts. Is that what you're saying?
Right. It looks like there was 2 posts there. Looks like there was 2 pieces of signage there. And I don't know if someone ran over it or wasn't removed properly or what have you, but it presents as a gross safety health issue.
Thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, and emails.
Those documents are part of the record. Respondent is not present, but the city has proper notice with the posting following return of certified mail. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find the property remains in violation as cited. I will allow 75 days for compliance. After that, daily fines of $150 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved, with the exception of City Code 18103I regarding the metal signpost that is sticking out of the ground. I do agree that that is a threat to the public health, safety, and welfare. For that, I will allow the respondent 10 days to cure that violation. If that is not cured, the city is authorized to enter the property, abate, and assess the costs.
Number 23, 1216 Okeechobee Road, CE 22070335.
Michael Williams, Code Enforcement Officer, City of West Palm Beach. Property 1216 Okeechobee Road was cited on 7/28/22. Certified mail was sent on 7/29/22. We do have a signed certified mail receipt on file. Property as well as City Hall was posted on 8/1/22. The property was cited for 18105J, commercial painting of the structure. As of last evening, property had not come into compliance. I had spoken with the owner of the property, and they said they just needed some additional time to wrap it up, so the city is requesting 45 additional days in order to comply, or a fine of $150 per day be imposed.
Thank you. Officer Williams, does your file reflect an executed affidavit of posting?
Yes, it does.
And does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes.
The photographs that we've been reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately represent the alleged violations that you're seeing on the property?
Yes, they do.
Based on the photographs, we're seeing that there looks to be multiple areas on this commercial structure that are dirty or otherwise need cleaning or painting. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Are you seeing anything else that I haven't gone over?
No, actually, this property butts up against another property, and the way the photos present, it's there's some things going on with at the neighboring properties that are being addressed as well. So it's just the paint with regard to this particular property.
Okay. Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
Those documents are part of the record. I do find proper notice, even though the respondent is not present. I find the property remains in violation as cited. I will allow 45 additional days for compliance. After that, daily fines of $150 per day are assessed until compliance is achieved. Thank you.
Number 30, 8407 Cargo Point, CE 22060258.
Good morning, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer Paul McFarland. On June 21st, the property at 8407 Cargill Place was cited for repair of roof leaking, repair of interior ceiling and floors, and equipment maintenance. AC is leaking. The property, as well as City Hall, was posted August 24th, 2022. A copy of the affidavit is attached to my case notes. Mail, certified mail as well as regular mail was sent June 23rd. Certified mail was received June 27th. This actually came in as a complaint from the tenant of this unit. I did make attempts to reach out to the property owner on June 21st. No luck. I did manage to reach him on July 25th. And I also corresponded with the tenant on July 25th. I've not heard from the owner since to request a reinspection. So I have no documentation that the violations have been cured. So with that being said, city is recommending 30 days to come into compliance or $100 a day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you, Officer McFarland. The photographs that we've been reviewing, are those photographs from the tenant, or did you take the photographs?
Those are my photographs.
Very good. Did they truthfully and accurately represent the alleged violations that you've seen?
Yes, ma'am.
And what we're seeing is a leak. We saw some discoloration and leak in the garage roof. We also saw the bucket. I suspect that was the air conditioner repair leak.
Mm-hmm.
And then there were, we saw some flooring that we're seeing in the photographs right now where the tiles and things are broken or dislodged. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. And the emails that you talked about, or excuse me, the correspondence you talked about, are those emails with the tenant?
Actually, there were phone conversations with the owner and the tenant.
Okay. And so, I apologize, any of that emails or just phone?
Phone correspondence, phone.
Okay, phone. Very good, thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
All right, those documents are part of the record. With the received certified mail, the city has proper notice, even though the respondent is not present. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I do find the property remains in violation as cited. I will allow 30 additional days for compliance. After that, daily fines of $100 per day are assessed until compliance is achieved.
Number 31, 864 Blue Ridge Circle, CE 22070266.
Good afternoon, Code Compliance Officer Paul McFarland. On July 25th, the property at 864 Blue Ridge Circle was cited for rental license required and certificate of use. The property, as well as City Hall, was posted August 24th, 2022. Certified mail and regular mail was sent July 27th. Certified mail was returned August 1st. I have not been in contact with the owner, but I did make contact with the tenant to confirm that the property is indeed being rented. As of yesterday, no action has been taken or application submitted to the city of West Palm. So city's recommending 30 days to obtain a rental license and complete all inspections, or a $200 a day fine be assessed until compliance is achieved.
Thank you. Officer McFarland, is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
And is there, was there any type of correspondence, either separately or with the notice of violation, that provided them a copy of a rental application to fill out?
Yes.
I wasn't quite sure.
There it is. I always mail it.
Thank you. And the photograph that we reviewed, is that a truthful and accurate depiction of the posting that you did on the property?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And the property appraiser printout, is that an accurate printout with regard to the notice of violation address?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, pop-up printout, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, as well as a copy of the correspondence and blank rental application to fill out.
Those documents are part of the record. The city has proper notice with the posting following the return certified mail, even though respondent is not present at today's hearing. Based on testimony and the evidence, I will find the property remains in violation as cited. I'll allow 30 additional days for compliance. After that, $200 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved.
Magistrate, if we can revisit number 32, North Military Trail, CE 22070348. The order was for 23 days out of compliance at $50 a day from 7/29 to 8/23. But that would actually be 25 days out of compliance for $100 more. I don't know if we want to amend that order. There was an attorney present earlier.
Mark said keep it the same.
Can we just adjust it for the 23 days?
Right.
Yeah, just keep it the same because the attorney is gone with that inclination that it's 23 days.
23 days to just cut.
What we said was 23 days.
Cut 2
at
days off to
$50
make
a
it
day.
$11.50 total.
Mhm.
And
Yeah, we'll continue with 23 days.
I didn't do the math, but we said it was $11.50.
Yeah.
23 times 50, 1,150. That's what we said.
Yes,
Right.
Yeah.
we'll keep it that way.
But from 7/29 to 8/23 are the days.
No, we're not
it would
going
be
from
total.
7/29. We're actually going from 8/1.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I have, 7/29, so for
Right,
8/1.
right. No.
Yeah, no, the number of days assessed was not the same number of days.
No,
I
no,
just
no,
wanted-
no.
I
We're
think
not.
I even commented.
That was my break for him getting it done so quickly.
Yep.
But unfortunately, it was a repeat, so he has to get some type of fund.
Okay, on to 33, 4332 Chalmers Lane, CE 22080239.
Good afternoon, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer Paul McFarland. On August 11th, the property at 4332 Chalmers Lane was cited for trash can placement. The property was posted as well as City Hall, August 23rd. Certified mail and regular mail was sent August 11th. Certified mail was received August 20th. This property subsequently came into compliance on August 16th, but was back out of compliance as of yesterday. I've spoke with this property owner in the past. She's well aware of the trash can rules in the neighborhood as well as the city of West Palm. And I can't understand why she continues to pick it up, put it out, pick it up, put it out. As you can see documented in my photographs, as of Tuesday, it was back out again. So with that being said, city's going to recommend 5 days to come into compliance or $100 a day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you, Officer McFarland. Does your file also reflect an executed affidavit of posting?
Yes, ma'am.
And the photographs that we've been reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately represent the alleged violation that you've seen on the property multiple times?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
Those documents are part of the record. The city has proper notice with the received certified mail, even though the respondent is not present. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find the property remains in violation as cited. I'll allow 5 days for compliance. After that, daily fines of $100 per day until compliance is achieved.
Number 34, 5015 Ashley River Road, CE 22080240.
Good afternoon, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer Paul McFarland. On August 11th, the property at 5015 Ashley River Road was cited for trash can placement. The property, as well as City Hall, was posted August 23rd. An affidavit of posting is attached in my case notes. Certified mail as well as regular mail was sent August 12th. Certified mail was returned August 18th. The reinspection for this in particular case was August 16th. The property did subsequently come into compliance August 23rd, the time of posting. I've had conversations in the past with this in particular owner. He's well aware of the rules and regulations of the neighborhood as well as the city of West Palm. Due to the compliance date, city is recommending a finding of fact on this one.
Thank you, Officer McFarland. The photographs that we've been reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately represent the alleged violations you observed on the property?
Yes, it does.
And I don't know if you said it, for the finding of fact, what date or deadline did the notice of
The
violation?
initial compliance date was August 16th. The actual comply date was August 23rd, the time of posting.
Thank you so much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
Those documents are part of the record. The city has proper notice with the posting following the return of certified mail, even though the respondent is not present at today's hearing. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find that the property was in violation as cited until August 23rd of 22 when it came into compliance. However, that compliance was later than the date of August 15th, which was what the notice of violation required. Therefore, finding of fact is entered in this case.
Thank you, sir.
Number 36, 1457 Crossway, CE 22050316.
Good afternoon, Officer Luster, West Palm Code. Certified mail was returned to us on 6/6/2022 and also 6/20/2022. Posting happened on 8/11/2022. I've had conversation with the property owner of Annie Mae Mays, which is in a trust, and it's been trusted into her family. So I had a conversation with a property owner, and they asked for 60 more days or $100 per day. The property was cited for roof, wall, and foundation, replacing rotten wood around the fascia, cleaning and sanitary condition, painting of the home after pressure cleaning, garbage can placement, obstruction of public right-of-way, sidewalk, removing above-ground pool, and unpaved parking, and resurfacing of driveway repair. All has complied. The only one has complied is the above-ground pool has been removed. And I'm requesting the 60 days or $100 per day. They are working on it. They have started with replacing some of the rotten fascia and painting what they did replace. But they're working on it. They're in progress of getting it done.
Thank you. Officer Luster, is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, ma'am.
And the posting that you testified to, was that at the property and at City Hall?
Yes, ma'am.
The photographs that we reviewed, are they truthful and accurately represent the alleged violations you've observed on the property?
Yes, ma'am.
And with regards to, are you also seeing trash and debris on the property?
No longer, yes, ma'am. Well, yes, it's still trash and debris still on the property around the garbage cans, yes.
Okay. And you talked about the fascia and the rotten wood. Was there a basketball hoop or a basketball goal?
That was a basketball goal at the roadside. That was part of the obstruction of public right-of-way, along with vehicles blocking the sidewalk. So I left it on there because of the vehicles, but the basketball goal itself has been removed.
That's been removed, okay.
Yes.
But there's still the unpaved parking, like you just said, and then repave the driveway and the approach? Is that still outstanding?
Repave, repair the driveway for resurfacing. Repave, repaint, repair the driveway.
Okay.
Resurfacing.
Okay, very good. And thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
Those documents are part of the record. City has proper notice with the posting following the returned certified mail, even though the respondent is not present. I'm not clear on 78-1. Is that complied or not?
The outdoors.
That's
you
the
says-
basketball and the obstructing the right-of-way.
That's not in compliance.
That's still vehicles that are
The vehicles
obstructing?
are still blocking sidewalk,
Okay.
for pedestrians.
Gotcha. Okay, then based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find the property remains in violation as cited with the exception of City Code 94-304E1B regarding the above-ground pool, which has complied. I will allow 60 additional days to cure the remaining violations. After that, daily fines of $100 per day are assessed until compliance is achieved.
Number 39, 1461 Crossway, CE 22060110.
Officer Luster. Certified mail was returned to us on 6/20/2022. Property was posted on 8/11/2022. This property is same. The Miss Annie May was the initial property owner, and this also is in trust to her family. I've had no contact with the family member that's living in this property. They're next door to each other. And the property was cited for garbage can placement, trash can in visible public view, landscape maintenance, unpaved parking, and resurfacing of a driveway that's in disrepair. I'm asking for 60 days or $100 per day. And as of this morning, the unpaved parking was still existing.
Thank you, Officer Luster. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
And I apologize, I think you talked about certified mailing. Was the notice of violation also mailed by regular first-class mail?
Yes, ma'am.
And posting, and I apologize if you said it, I missed it, posting at both the property and City Hall?
8/11, yes, ma'am.
Okay, the photographs we've been reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately represent the alleged observations you've made, alleged violations you've observed on the property?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you just briefly tell us a little bit about what you observed supporting the alleged violations?
Well, the driveway isn't just disrepair, it needs to be repaired, resurfaced, and unpaved parking is a constant. And the landscape maintenance is where they're constantly driving and parking on the yard. And you can see it on that side where those cars are in other pictures. We're just wearing the ground out, wearing the landscaping out.
Thank you so much.
Mhm.
Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
These documents are part of the record. With the posting following the return of certified mail, the city has proper notice, even though the respondent is not present. So there's nothing that's been complied with this
Nope,
case.
nothing on this one.
I do find, based on the testimony and the evidence, property remains in violation as cited. Will allow 60 additional days for compliance. After that, daily fines of $100 per day are assessed until compliance is achieved.
Thank you.
Number 40, 917 7th Street, CE 22060264.
Officer Luster, West Palm Code. Certified mail was signed on 8/22/22. Posting was 8/9/2022. I'm asking for 30 days or $100 per day. I've had no contact with owner of property. Property was cited for clean and unsanitary condition, painting of building, garbage can placement, overgrowth, cleaning up one half of easement, fence repair, landscape of swell and/or parkway, and marking of parking spaces. Go ahead. I'm ready for you.
Thank you, Officer Lester. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
And does the affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, ma'am.
The posting that you testified to, was that for posting of the property and City Hall?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And the photographs that we've been reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately represent the alleged violations that you've observed on the property?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you just briefly tell us what you observed?
Okay. This property is constantly trash and debris. If it's not on the swell, it's actually all throughout the property. It's in need of painting. The garbage can placements, it's always either at the curb or next to the side of the building in public view. Overgrowth is a constant. Cleaning up one half of easement has not happened, and repairing of the fence It's in the rear of the property, and it's a 6-foot fence, and it's chain link, and some of it is already, it's been cut through, and so they just need to repair it. And cleaning up the debris on the easement area of a large portion of a tree that came down, and that needs to be cleaned up, and marking of the parking lot itself.
Thank you so much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
Documents are part of the record. With the signed certified mail, the city has proper notice, even though a respondent is not present at today's hearing. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I do find the property remains in violation as cited. I'll allow 30 days for compliance. After that, daily fines of $100 per day are assessed until compliance is achieved.
Number 41 is complied, 810 6th Street, CE 22060-286. Number 42, 813 Handy Avenue, CE 22060-342.
Officer Luster, West Palm Code. Certified mail was returned to us on 7/5/2022. City Hall and property was posted on 8/11/2022. I have spoke with the owner's father on 8/11/2022, went over the violations, and he's asking for 90 more days or $100 per day for the property to come into full compliance. The property was cited for safe egress, external doors and windows for its rotten repair to doors and windows, clean and sanitary condition, trash and debris on the property, excessive growth, painting, landscape maintenance, and rental license, which is non-applicable, is not rental property, so we can disregard that one, and the COU, and lighting standards, garbage can placement, cleaning up 1/2 of easement, trimming back trees, and landscape all open spaces and outdoor storage. What has complied is the outdoor storage, and we're gonna remove the certificate of use and rental license. All other violations are outstanding, and I'm asking for the 90 days or $100 per day.
Thank you, Officer Luster. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that affidavit also reflect that the notice of violation was sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, ma'am.
The photographs that we've been reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately represent the alleged violations that you observed on the property?
Yes, ma'am.
And with respect to the remaining outstanding alleged violations, could you just briefly tell us what you saw?
Okay. The external doors, the front door itself is rotten. The garage door is also a wooden door. It is rotten. Debris for is trash is on the property most of the time, but it needs to be pressure cleaned and painted. Excessive growth is in the rear of the property along the easement. That's in the back. Painting of the home once pressure cleaned. Landscape maintenance, meaning planting spaces that just don't have any kind of maintenance to it. The shutters are always closed, so that egress and the lighting standards are outstanding. Garbage placement is still in front of the front door. Cleaning up the 1/2 of easement, meaning cut back halfway to easement, and trimming of the trees in the back. And the outdoor storage has complied.
Thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
Those documents are part of the record. With the posting following the return certified mail, the city has proper notice, even though the respondent is not present. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find the property remains in violation as cited, with the exception of City Code 9471C regarding outdoor storage and 18160, former 18162A and 2232A, which are being removed.
Yes.
We'll accept the city's recommendation, allow 90 additional days to cure the outstanding violations. Excuse me. After that, daily fines of $100 per day are assessed until compliance is achieved.
Thank you.
Number 43 is complied, 808 7th Street, CE 220700064. Number 44, 710 7th Street, CE 220700259.
Officer Luster, West Palm Code. This property cert mail was returned to us on 8/19/2022. Property was posted along with City Hall on 8/9/2022. I have spoke with the owner and the manager on site owner on phone on 8/17/2022, asking for 60 more days to come into full compliance or $100 per day. Property was cited as follow: maintain clean sanitary condition, responsibility of owner for a safe sanitary property, cleaning up for infestation of roaches, repairing dwelling for is weather tight of doors, repairing roof, wall, and foundation, rotten doors, repairing interior walls, holes in walls and ceiling, external doors being replaced, just worn out, plumbing fixtures inside the unit. There was a leak upstairs. It's a duplex, up and down. The upstairs unit was having a bathroom leak in the tub area, which ruined the unit in the bottom. And that goes to the bathroom on water issues in 1 and 2. Equipment, the stove in Unit 1 did not work. The air conditioning in Unit 1 did not work. Exterior painting of building. Oh, man. Clean and sanitary condition for trash and debris on the property, litter, trash and debris. Landscape maintenance, maintaining landscaping, rubbish and garbage. Health and safety issues with the abundance of garbage. Bathroom conditions were in poor condition. The cooking equipment, the stove was not working. Garbage can, trash and debris on the entire property. Overgrowth on easement, cleaning up to center of easement and roadway and outdoor storage. Everything on the outside has complied. That's overgrowth, landscaping, painting, sanitary condition, anything pertaining to the outside has complied. Trash and debris, re-landscaped. All the remaining violations are the air conditioning equipment, the stove equipment, walls, interior, repair of bathroom upstairs and downstairs, ceilings and walls, and interior doors in the units. Everything else is in compliance. It's been a night and day transformation, but they're working with it.
Thank you, Officer Lester. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, ma'am.
The photographs and video that we've reviewed, do they truthfully and accurately represent the alleged violations observed on the property?
Yes, ma'am.
And you described a lot of...
Hey, guys, it is Friday, May 22nd.
Oh. You described a lot of what we saw. Could we just briefly go down the list? And you can just tell us 18-1011, outstanding or done?
Complied.
Complied. 18-1021.
Complied.
18-1022.
Complied.
103A.
Not complied.
103B.
Not complied.
103C.
Not complied.
103E.
Not complied.
103G.
Not complied.
103H.
Not complied.
103I.
Not complied.
103J.
Complied.
106A.
Complied.
106I.
Complied.
106K.
Complied.
106M.
Complied.
1071.
Complied.
18216C.
Complied.
18973.
Not complied.
18979.
Not complied.
744.
Complied.
744C3.
Complied.
744C5.
Complied.
9471C.
Complied.
Thank you. That's all I have. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
All right, those documents are part of the record. The city has proper notice with the posting following the return certified mail, even though the respondent is not present. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find that the property remains in violation of City Code 18103, A, B, C, E, G, H, and I. and also City Code 1897-3 and 1897-9, but has complied with all other code sections that were cited in the notice. I will allow 60 additional days to cure the outstanding violations. After that, daily fines of $100 per day are assessed until compliance is achieved.
Thank you.
Number 45 is complied, 229 9th Street, CE 22070284. Number 46 is complied, 631 3rd Street, CE 22080097. Number 47, 917 7th Street, CE 22080251.
Officer Luster, West Palm Code. Certified mail was signed on 8/17/2022. Property was posted, City Hall, 8/16/2022. No contact with the owner. This was initiated by the police department for squatters on the property, and the property was open, unsecure. So I cited it for the following: board and secure, securing all doors and windows, painting of boards, and boarding certificate. They've attempted to board it, but it's being improperly boarded, and some of the unit is still open for its rear doors. The police was there yesterday escorting some more squatters out. So I'm asking for 10 days on 10 days or abatement.
10 days or what?
Abatement.
Thank you.
Thank you. Officer Luster, does your file reflect an executed affidavit of posting?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, ma'am.
The photographs that we've been reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately represent the alleged violations observed on the property?
Yes, ma'am.
With respect to the request for abatement, do you believe that the situation that you've observed rises to the level of a health, safety, and welfare violation?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you believe that the situation as it stands is an attractive nuisance for squatters, vagrants, including other critters and varmints that might crawl in
Absolutely.
there?
Yes.
And can present a problem to children or others who could injure themselves or otherwise cause danger?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
Okay, 1 second, please. Mark did bring to my attention for the affidavit, for the boarding certificate, 10 days or $50 per day if not obtained.
Thank you.
The documents recited by the city attorney are part of the record. The city has proper notice in this case, even though the respondent is not present at today's hearing. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I find the property remains in violation as cited. I'll allow 10 days for the property to be brought into compliance. After that, for 18-265 regarding the boarding certificate, daily fines of $50 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved. For the other code sections, I find that those violations constitute a threat to public health, safety, and welfare. I'll allow 10 days for the respondent to comply. After that, the city is authorized to enter the property, abate the violations, and assess the costs.
Thank you. Y'all have a good day.
And the remaining cases, numbers 48 through 59 are rescheduled. 342 Malvern Road, CE 22060314. 928 McIntosh, CE 22070011. 4620 Parker Avenue, CE 22070074. 345 Bunker Ranch Road, CE 22070205. 5209 Parker Avenue, CE 22070270. 901 Hanson Street, CE 22070271. 905 Hanson Street, CE 22070273. 909 Hanson Street, CE 22070274. 112 LMR Road, CE 22070280. 517 Putnam Road, CE 22070302. 115 Rustland Drive, CE 22070346. And 5804 Garden Avenue, CE 22080102.
All right. Brings us to the 11:30 agenda. Can we press on, or do we need to take a break? Everybody good? All right, let's press on in the order folks signed up. When your case is called, come up to the podium to my right. I'll get some background information from the city on the property, and then you can tell me about the request for the lien reduction. I do need to swear everybody in who's going to be speaking to me about these matters, so if you'll stand, raise your right hands, and I'll swear you all in. Stand. Stretch your legs. I wish I could. Each of you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury your testimony today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Thank you very much. All right. Let's have the first case.
The first case is number 5, other matters for 736 Talladega Street, CE 201003881.
Hold on. Erica, can we just start with 7309 South Dixie? Because theirs is just a stipulation.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what number was it?
Number 1.
Number 1, 7309 South Dixie Highway, CE 180800316.
Yeah, thank you. Cassandra St. Hilaire, Code Enforcement Officer with the City of West Palm Beach. KCE 180800316 was cited on August 20th, 2018 for failure to obtain a building permit and required inspections. On October 3rd, 2018, the special magistrate gave the property an additional 30 days or $100 a day to achieve compliance. The property failed to comply with the magistrate's order and was out of compliance for 717 days, resulting in a lien amount of $71,700. The applicant reached out to the city and offered a settlement amount of $4,000. The applicant provided substantial amount of paperwork depicting the work and money spent to achieve compliance. At this time, magistrate, the city will accept the $4,000 offer.
Okay. So you guys worked it out.
Yeah.
So ordered. Good. Thank you.
Special Magistrate, what is the time for payment?
Oh, yes, time for payment, 30 days.
30 days?
Yes.
Agreed?
Yes, that's agreed.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Okay, back to number 5, 736 Talladega Street, CE 201000381.
KCE 201000381 was cited on October 16, 2020 for repair of roof walls and foundations, floors and windows, rental license, and certificate of use. On January 20, 2020, the magistrate ordered 60 days to obtain a permit and an additional 120 days to comply on $100 a day. The property was out of compliance for 230 days, resulting in a lien amount of $23,000. Property was recently sold. The applicant who caused the violation, the city is seeking 25%.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead. Tell me your name and address, then you can tell me about the request.
Hi, Sioni Lima. I was the owner when all this situation happened with the property,
Okay.
with the violation. So to make the story short, it took us almost a year to solve all the code compliances violations that we have under this property on October 2020. So we got the violation, and then when we had the hearing on January 20, we were given an extension, and we were very concerned because of the time frame. We knew it was a lot of things to get done in the property with permits and everything, so we started right away. But as we anticipated, it took longer than we thought, and especially because of the COVID protocols during the pandemic. So everything was online, everything was like the construction field was very hard to get hold of, like to get contractors to bid, to take the job, the architects to do the drawings for the demolition and all that. So the whole process took us a year, and it was entitled to be in 4 months. But since the day we got the resolution here, we did everything in our hands to get it. So I constantly communicate with the officers in the city, with Sonja, requesting, help, and they were very helpful with us. But unfortunately, even though we work hard every day to get it done, that's the time frame we hit with. And then we have to get, it was a very expensive renovation. If you have the chart that I have with all the extra expenses we came up with. Yeah, it was anticipated. So we came up with a total of $54,000 expend to solve all the situations, but the officer on January 12th this year, when we finished with everything, she went there and we're clear in all the violations that we had before. Then we also have to do an extra landscaping and asphalt driveway that we did when we filed for the lien reduction. So that was an extra $7,000 that we spent there after the 54 that we actually expend for the code violation, the initial code violation situation. So we are, hopefully you will understand it was very intense and we learned our lesson. And so we are requesting to reduce the fine from 23 to 3,500, if it's possible.
Is this still a rental property?
They no longer own the property.
Pardon me?
They sold the property.
Oh, okay. Okay. Anything else from the city? Anything else you want to tell me, ma'am?
So we did our best, everything in our power every day. I sent all the emails and all the receipts and everything. The records from the permits are there. We filed for full permits, windows, everything was as per the city required. It's just like the whole process took way longer than we anticipated. And
All
I'm
right,
sorry.
then, so this is a 2020 case, $23,000 lien. Based on the testimony that I've been presented with, I will reduce this to $2,500. Can you pay that within 60 days? 60 days.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ma'am, this is a copy of your order. Instructions how to pay. The order. It's on the bottom, the instructions. You're welcome. This case is numbers 6 and 7 other matters, 1820 North Congress Avenue, 302 CE 16110326 and CE 21080145.
Case, Cassandra St. Hilaire, Code Enforcement with the City of West Palm Beach. KCE, Congress. Okay, sorry. KCE 16110326 was cited on November 23rd, 2016 for rental license and certificate of use. On January 4th, 2017, the magistrate ordered 30 days, $100 a day to achieve compliance. The property was out of compliance for 115 days, resulting in a lien amount of $11,500. Case CE 2108-145 was cited on August 11, 2021 for failure to obtain rental license and certificate of use and as a repeat violation. On September 1st, 2021, the special magistrate ordered immediate fines starting on August 13, 2021 for $150 a day until compliance. The property was out of compliance for 305 days, resulting in a lien amount of $45,750. Same owner, city is seeking 25%.
25?
25.
And it's same owner for both cases. Okay. Go ahead and tell me your name and address, sir, and then you can tell me about the request.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. My name is Daniel Ohm. I'm the attorney for CLS Real Estate Investments. My address is 6801 Lake Worth Road, Suite 319, Green Acres, Florida.
Sir.
We were actually here last month for CLS, and we actually missed these two. They had the two properties, so we had taken care of for 1500 North Congress for them, and we had accidentally missed the 1820 North Congress where these there. CLS Management is a foreign investor that had owned these properties. Essentially why this got missed was they had for property management. They are in the process of selling the properties now, and they're scheduled to close next week.
Okay. All right, anything else from
No, sir.
the city? Anything else, sir?
No, Your
All
Honor.
right. So let's see, in the 2016 case, we have a lien for $11,500. I'll reduce that lien to $3,000. In the 2021 case, we have a lien of $45,750. Note it is a repeat violation from the previous case. I'll reduce that to $7,000, so the total is $10,000. Pay that within 30 days?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Next case number 4, other matters, 4214 Greenwood Avenue, CE 21050059.
Cassandra St. Hilaire, Code Enforcement Officer with the City of West Palm Beach. Case CE 21-50059 was cited on May 6, 2021. Property was cited for clean and sanitary, landscape of the parkway, and landscape maintenance. On June 2nd, 2021, the Special Magistrate ordered an additional 10 days or $100 a day for clean and sanitary, for this clean and sanitary violation, and 30 days and $100 a day for the remaining 2 violations. The property was out of compliance. For the clean and sanitary violation for 178 days, accruing a lien amount of $17,800, and was out of compliance with the remaining 2 violations for 158 days, resulting in a lien amount of $15,800. In total, the property accrued a lien amount of $33,600. Same owner, city is seeking 25%.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Tell me your name and address, please, and then you can tell me about the request.
Yes, sir. My name is Pedro Pablo Velazquez. I am the manager for Aces Design LLC, the real estate investment company that owns this property. This company moved from Wellington, where it used to be its headquarters, or the house where I live in 2019 in December, up to Port St. Lucie. We filed with the property appraiser the change of address. Apparently, there was some mix-up or something in the property appraiser's office, and the change of address was never filed properly. So I wasn't aware that the city was trying to notify me. I don't remember exactly how or why I became aware of this situation, but as soon as I became aware, I began addressing and correcting and putting it back into code compliance. One of the things that I did was I got rid of the existing tenants because they had incurred in these violations 3 or 4 years ago. They were very punctual with their payments, but they never understood the need for cleanliness and keeping the house tidy and so on and so forth. And I admit that I was not strict, or I didn't know what else to do. Sometimes I was so angry that I wanted to physically do something to them. But eventually what I did was I didn't renew their contract. They're gone. We have new tenants, the ladies that live there with their husbands. The ladies are very aware of keeping the landscaping in good shape and keeping the place clean. So hopefully this will never happen again. I request as much leniency as you can.
Thank you. Anything else from the city?
That's it, sir.
All right, this is a, excuse me, a 2021 case with a total lien of $33,600. I will agree to reduce that to $3,500. Can you pay that within 60 days?
Yes, sir.
60 days.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 1924 AE Isaacs Avenue, CE 200900237.
Case CE 200900237 was cited on September 17, 2020. The property was cited for clean and sanitary, excessive growth, failure to obtain rental licenses and certificate of use, unpaid parking, overgrown trees and hedges, and obstructing the public's right-of-way. On October 21st, 2020, the magistrate gave the property an additional 30 days or $200 a day to achieve compliance, as well as an abate order. The property was out of compliance for 448 days, resulting in a lien amount of $89,600. Same owner, city is seeking 25%.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead and tell me your name and address, and then you can tell me about the request.
Good afternoon. My name is Deborah Joseph. I'm the manager of JC Power and Trucking. So what took place is we purchased the property in October of 2019. The business had a change of address, and when we made the change of address, we also did a forward address. So when the city was trying to contact us to let us know of the violation, we were unaware of it. But when it did came to our knowledge, we did do everything that we could within our powers to immediately bring everything into compliance.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Anything else from the city?
That's it, sir.
Okay. This is a 2020 case with a $89,600 lien. I will agree to reduce that to $6,000. Can you pay that within 60 days? 90? I can give you more time.
90 days.
90 days.
Yeah, I can.
90 days.
You said 6,000, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Do we have someone yes, number 33015 Poinsettia Avenue, CE 17050303.
Oh, we're not hearing that today.
For number 3?
No, we're not hearing that today.
Oh, we're not?
Yeah,
Oh.
no. Sorry, I thought I told you.
And that completes the agenda.
And that's it, right? Anything else we need to take care of? Okay. All right, it's 1:53 and we stand adjourned.